How we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome. Let's switch this around. How we all doing? Did we have a good weekend? Let's get things nicely set up here this morning. Going to be doing some leveling today, I think. I think Ranthius is feeling a bit low at level 67. What I really want to do is get this Siege of Dragonbane Keep done at some point today. Let's turn the tunes down just a touch. Alrighty. Right. Coffee on the go. Why is Artsy twinkling at me? Why have you got... What, Asley? Why have you got a quest that you won't give me? Leatherworking services. Ah, fill a leatherworking crafting order. Well, there we go. Found you on YouTube for somebody coming back from Legion. Very helpful. Welcome back. Welcome back. Coming from Legion, you'll you missed the chaos. Well done. You missed the chaos of the last 4 years. Right, we are on this dude, level 67. We technically could stroll on into the Azure Span and continue our leveling journey at this point. We could, alternatively, just run around and do some world quests and chip away at some of the... Oh, have they changed the fishing thing? The fishing thing's changed. Rivermouth fishing hole. They've changed the icon again. It's gone from a fishing hook to an actual fish. By the way, on live game, the pet journal says the scout pet is 10k charms. On the beta, it says it's 5k. I wonder which one's correct. I would trust what's on beta more than what's on live right now. I know that's a weird thing to say, but scout was 10k in the early days of the beta. Then it dropped to 5. But who knows? Who knows? Save up your charms, you'll be good. We could either go explore the Azure Span. I could do some world quests. See, I've not decided whether running around doing world quests is going to be a sensible thing on alts or not. It only makes sense to me if you've already reached at least renown 10 on a main character. This is why I should probably go, you know what? Tell me where all the Dragon Scale Expedition ones are and I'll do those. Because doing the Dragon Scale Expedition ones should grant me a huge boost in reputation with these. But obviously, for the purpose of leveling on beta, that doesn't really matter. But I might just continue with the quest line, to be honest. Still unsure what I want to do for Dragonflight. I'm a hunter, but don't really raid or dungeon, so skinning will not be optimal. With, I presume with low gear is what you're trying to say. I don't think you're going to need to be optimal in that regard. 25 salvaged hides from... Okay, I can pick these up. Being optimal with gathering professions is always... it always makes me giggle, because the easiest way to be more optimal with gathering professions is do it for longer. It's a time investment thing.
Good morning, everyone. Smiley face.
Solidity, welcome in. Thank you very much. 8 months now. Nice one. Thank you, thank you. Is Thomas Bright here twice? Oh, Miguel Bright. Why is the 2 quests? That's my speciality. Talk to Miguel Bright about a profession specialization. Have a Dragon Shard of Knowledge. Hey, that's a new one. You've started taking up a specialization. 'Tis a glorious thing to have an exclusive skill that you can call your own until everybody else does the same thing as you. As a member of the Artisans Consortium, I'd be delighted to help you on your journey to owning your specialization. Have you a minute to listen to my words of wisdom and perhaps learn something to help you on your adventures? Sure. Give me a Dragon Shard of Knowledge. I'll take it. Being a unique professional is a gift, Ranthius, to be the best at one thing. I nearly went into a Pokemon song then. It is a wonderful power, but also a responsibility. Oh, and then we jump straight to Spider-Man. To your guild, to your customers, and to all of Azeroth. You must be true to your calling, fair in your business, and respectful in your trade. Will you keep the integrity of a skilled profession? I promise, yada yada, get to the good bit. Lovely. Like every good crafter. Alright, I get to it. Just don't be rude to people, okay? There are many ways to own your craft in specializations. Sometimes you'll gain insight. This thumpy music is good for waking me up, but I'm awake now. Give me back my synthwave. I need my synthwave. Where's it gone? Much better. Whew, can relax now. One reliable way to practice your craft is to make something for the first time. This will always grant specialized knowledge. Another is to study the draconic treatises of your profession. Reading these treatises written by skilled scribes will surely lend insights. Yeah, tell me more. Do you know any good books I could read about my profession? Actually, yes. Have you heard of draconic treatises which teach lessons in crafting and gathering to help you own your specializations? Do you know a skilled scribe? Perhaps they could craft you such a book. Have you or anybody in chat done any phishing testing on beta? There were a few people talking about phishing in the Discord last night. Some people claiming that they were fishing for ages and ages and didn't get a single fish, yet we're getting like just trash and other things. So I'm not really sure what's going on with fishing. I cared more about fishing before they removed the rep turn in for fish. I was going to care a lot about fishing because I would want lots of people to do it because I would then be buying all of their fish to hand in for rep. But they've removed that now, so I don't really care about fishing anymore. The reality is that fishing will, you know, supplement the food market for a while. You're also going to be incentivized to do some fishing if you're into crafting though, since a lot of recipes actually can be found via fishing. There's a draconic bottle of something or other, and when you open the bottle, you get recipes from it. A lot of those recipes are bind on equip and then can be sold on the auction house as well. Fishing could actually be quite lucrative in the first couple of weeks, and not because of the fish, which is an interesting thing. What happens if somebody crafts a work order and doesn't complete the order? Does the buyer get his mats back? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it'll automatically get... either if they craft the item, it'll automatically get sent to them after the timer expires. If they accept the order but don't craft the item, it'll just get put back on the public market for somebody else to pick it up once the timer expires. And obviously, if it expires, then you just get the materials back in the mail. I found a fish I can't place. Not that kind of place, right? Trying to find somebody who knows what it's for. Well, there's 3 special fish. There's 3 special fish which are blue. They're rare. They come from high mountain fishing, ice fishing, and magma fishing. Maybe I need to do a video on fishing. Some of those fish can even be milled or prospected as well, by the way, which is a very interesting twist. Have I decided my plan for Dragonflight all in on one character or multiple characters? I'll all in on one for me, if I'm honest. All in on one. I will play on my alts as much as I have hours in the day to play on my alts. But my situation is different to most. I am, on one hand, very fortunate that I can play this game 18 hours a day if I want. But on the other hand, I also quite enjoy continuing my career as a content creator. So I try to balance the two, right? I'll be playing for a bunch each day on my main, and I'll be doing everything I can on my main. If I have time to do things on my alts, I will do things on alts. But I'm also going to be, dedicating a fair amount of time to keeping up with, YouTube content and the likes as well. So it's green soulbound and I can't find a turn-in for them. Just started testing fishing yesterday, but there's no info on Wowhead or anywhere else. Yeah, Wowhead is massively behind this time round for some reason. Wowhead is usually, the information is usually there. It's just not always accurate. But for some reason this time round, Wowhead is like miles behind. There is items in the game that Wowhead just doesn't even know exists yet. I don't know if they've got some issues with how they scrape their data, or I don't know. But yeah, Wowhead is miles behind. Did I just hear a stream marathon? Just because I can play the game for 18 hours doesn't strictly mean that I have the energy levels or the desire to be streaming for that amount of time either. I enjoy streaming, but I enjoy streaming as, as soon as streaming becomes a job, I'm not doing it anymore. Streaming for me is a way to chill out. If I'm honest, it's a way for me to wake up, drink some coffee, chat to you guys for a couple of hours, and then go on and do some regular content creation. Because I hate to break it to all of my streamer friends and family, streaming's not content creation. Streaming's just pure entertainment. Might end up doing something like mining and jewel crafting, maybe just one profession, spending all my time getting ore. The honest truth of it is that if you are going to spend time gathering, then sure. A lot of people, weirdly though, take gathering professions as they see it to be the quick and easy way of making gold. Gathering is not a quick and easy expedition. Gathering is by virtue trading your time directly for gold. You have to do it to begin with, annoyingly, in many cases, unless you want to take your credit card out and buy a bit of starting gold. You kind of have to do it to start with, to generate that capital. But once you've got a bunch of gold, if it's just sat in your bags and you're not doing anything with it, buy some materials and do some crafting. Crafting is the quick and easy way to make gold. If you're looking for quick money early on, do fishing. The Darkmoon cards are going to be good. Be careful. They're not as good as they look. We've done a lot of testing on Darkmoon cards. They are going to be outrageously expensive to craft, and there's only one card you care about. The rest of it's vendor trash. It's massive risk, massive reward if it pays off. But that massive risk, you could spend 100,000 gold crafting Darkmoon cards and not get the card that's actually worth anything. So yeah. You know what's free? Fishing? No, Persephone, you know better than this. No, fishing is not free. Farmed it because it's free, so it's free. Number one rule of gold making. That's not true. I know you know better than this.
Go with honor, friend.
So we should be able to get our Dragon Shard of Knowledge. I wonder if we turn this in, it's worth the same thing. Oh look, more quests.
Light bless you.
Finishing touch, blah blah blah. Convince Miguel's customers to entrust him with the crafting orders. Impossibly sharp cutting knives, brewed salt, and some illustrious insight. Oh, well, that's nice. That's big. 5 illustrious insight. That's big. That's the equivalent. Did you realize that's the equivalent of 250 artisan's metal? That's big. That is a monster of a quest reward. That is okay. I mean, I know that's going to be a one-time thing, but that makes a world of difference. That basically gives you the ability to make 5 pieces of top-tier gear, seemingly for free. This one single quest could return a value of 1 million gold to you. This is bananas. If you spend these wisely, that is. Woof! First dose is always free. I guess I don't know how plentiful the Dark Moon cards are from fishing. It's kind of gross how much they drop. I've still not seen anybody be able to report to me that the ace actually drops from fishing. I've seen lots of people tell me that they get lots of Dark Moon cards from fishing, but none of that matters unless you can get the ace. My very first pack was an ace. In that scenario, then you've probably used all of your streamer luck on beta. It's good to know, though. It's good to know that it's possible. The ace itself could be the 200k card, easily. That could easily be the 200k card. Everything else is vendor trash. The fact that they can be farmed, though, does mean that the fishing bots will be in action, like, before you can blink. Which is a sad state of affairs. To be honest, though, the Dark Moon market only lasts a week in most cases anyway, so... I need to screenshot this, because this is actually a ridiculous quest. Where's my screenshot button? There it is. That is actually bananas. What's the actual quest telling me to do then? You've been an exceptional help for the Artisans Consortium and to Thomas and myself personally. Thank you. There's one more thing you should know as a crafter, and that's building rapport with your clients. Although we as Blizzard are not going to give you any way to actually do that. I filled a crafting order for a customer today. Could you talk to him for me? Try and convince him to come to me for his future crafting needs. Remind him that he needs to come to me personally if he wants high quality goods. See, this is very clever. The only problem is that absolutely nobody is going to read this. And certainly nobody is going to realise that they're being taught a lesson here. Most people will just go, oh, look, a quest, click, boom, boom, off you go. Boom, boom, shake the room. Increases inspiration by 50 and crafting speed by 20%. Brewed salt. How much does brewed salt cost? I wonder if these quest rewards are also determined based on what your professions are. But this is monstrous. This is 250 artisans metal worth of materials here, which is crazy high.
For the Alliance. Be careful. Good day to you.
So the master of their craft, traveling through these plains, met an old centaur up in a cave. Blah, 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 blah. Speak out the dude in the cave to learn their wisdom. Get another dragon shard. Show your metal. I almost don't want to turn this in yet because you gain more of this by the looks of things the higher you're standing with the Artisans Consortium. Whereas at the moment we're preferred. By the time we bang out a few of those quests, we might put... I suppose I don't care. Let's just do it. Yoink.
See you around.
Okay. Well, let's do those quests then real quick. Speak to a dude in a cave. Is there anything slightly closer to home? Convince Miguel's customers. Where are Miguel's customers then? Do you get Dark Moon cards from somewhere else other than ice fishing? I've not done any fishing recently, but I was getting them regardless where I fished. I'm thinking about skipping the Dark Moon Rush for the first time, to be honest. I mean, I'll do it just because it's, you know, for the content, if I'm honest. I'm also lucky that if I dive deep and it ends up being a flop, then I don't really care too much. Like I said, I'm lucky in a regard. Well, I don't even consider it luck because I put a lot of time and effort into getting to this position. But without sounding too big-headed, I have enough gold to lose a couple of million and not mind. So if I dive deep in the first few days and weeks or whatever, and it all goes horribly, horribly wrong, then I don't mind.
Farewell.
On the flip side of that, if it all goes, you know, swimmingly, I'm set to make a bag, so it's all good.
Light bless you.
Right, well, that was a very easy... Oh, you must choose one of these. Do you... Oh, okay. I guess this is so that you can either go the profession route or you can just go cooking. Well, I will go the profession route, because why not? 5 tier 3 brood salts is worth a sizable chunk as well. Who makes brood salt nowadays? Who makes brood salt? Hang on, you know what we can do? Can we do a search Aruni, search all sheets? Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Did it not want to think about it?
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
No more results found.
Both, I hope.
Morning.
Where's brood salt come from then? HB1 man, thank you very much for the prime. Thank you, appreciate it. Welcome in and good morning to you. Who makes brood salt then? What makes brood salt? Oh, it's here. So it did find it. The game lied. It's an alchemy thing. Alchemists make brood salt. And it comes from the spec trees. And you got to dive deep into it. Wow. What's it cost? Brood salt. 12 Hockenbloom, 6 Saxifrage, 1 Awakened Frost. They're 1,000 gold reagents. They're 1,000 gold reagents. And we got 5 of them at quality 3 for free. We got 250 Artisan's Metal worth of Illustrious Insight for free. Damn. The first hit really is free. My lord. What's this quest up here? A message most dire. What are you?
Aspects watch over you.
For Valdrak and Accord rep. Wow, I mean, don't give it away.
Glory to all
Sure.
dragons.
I mean, don't splash it too far. Leveled another warrior to 60. Now unlock the Nightborn. 78% experience boost is so sweet. I tell you what, you can probably level characters disgustingly fast right now. Oh my lord. Yeah, I bet you can absolutely blast. I should probably level some characters actually, just to even unlock all of the races. Because I haven't. Hang on, there's another quest here. Message Most Dire. Do we need to go upstairs for this one? Maybe we do.
Order must be served.
That's a dungeon quest. Pick up a piece of gear.
Trust in the ways of
Alex Straza's got a quest for me. Feels weird doing all of this at 67. This kind of feels like it's level 70 content. Or maybe it's just not. Maybe to be honest, I've not leveled anywhere near as much on the beta as I probably should have.
What is it you seek?
50% pre-patch, 18% anniversary, 10% Dark Moon Fair, plus war mode is just ridiculous. That is actually bonkers crazy. That is a lot of reputation, very fast. I might have to use and abuse that just to level a couple of alts up.
I bring order.
Mega good experiences, Silver Pine Forest and Tirisform Glades. Yeah, because all the quests are in like 10 meters of each other. You just bang those out super fast.
Go swiftly. Be safe. Root out any primalist that dare infest our city.
See, I don't need to level alts for the purpose of having more alts. I've had enough alts for the longest of time now. I don't feel like I need any more. But for unlocking all the races.
I doubt the primalists come to bank vaults to discuss their plans, but we may still overhear something useful. Act like you are inspecting.
Feel terrible saying this in goal making and all the things streams.
what do you mean?
I have this duality of Oak Hall leveling is fast, but I don't have more than 5 or 6 characters ever. I feel bad. Don't worry about it. Honestly, there's so many people spend huge amounts of time leveling characters to then they ding and they just never touch that character ever again. Which is fine, right? If you enjoy the leveling process, but there's this weird sort of I don't know, it just, you know, it just keeps people busy. There's this mindset, and this is the problem that, well, I suppose it's not strictly a problem, is it really? But there's this mindset that players in WoW have of that if you're a World of Warcraft player, it's not uncommon for you to only play World of Warcraft. This game over the years has attracted a very specific type of player, one that is more than willing to devote every single spare hour of the day they have to this one game. And I tend to feel that people fall into the trap of just leveling for the sake of leveling, because it's something to do. And they think that, you know, maybe having that extra ult will be a bonus at some point, and then they just never use them. But like I said, it's a video game. If you enjoy doing it, then that's all that's the only real criteria. As soon as you stop enjoying it, then you've got problems.
Many people come here for commerce. Find a place to blend in with the merchants and keep your ears open.
A Drake tells me that the Trueborn are on the move.
CBA with PvP mode, the bonus isn't large enough. The funny thing is most of the time if I've ever done war mode, I switch war mode on and you'll come across the other faction all the time. There's very rarely actually any PvP involved, because you got to remember, the other person playing on the other faction is there for the same reason you are. Most of the time, people are not engaging in PvP at all. It's just purely people have got war mode switched on just for that XP boost. I mean, that I obviously cannot guarantee that you won't get engaged in PvP at some point, but the general rule of thumb is the amount of time that you save by having war mode on far outdoes the negatives of maybe having to get into a PvP fight once or twice.
Aspects watch over you.
Especially for Alliance characters, considering it can go all the way up to like 30% bonus experience. Which is a little wild. I don't know if leveling war mode at the start of the expansion will be painful or not.
I serve the aspects.
Flip a coin. like I said, to a degree it's pot luck, but I've always tended to find that if I have war mode switched on, I very rarely have to really worry too much about PvP. Streaming's another thing though. If I do it while I'm streaming, then that's just stupid. That's like putting a target on my head. Especially since most people know that I'm not particularly much of a PvPer. Alright, infiltrators slain. I've done this bit before. We've done this bit before. Now to find the dudes that look sus. There's a sus dude. Do we need to loot them? I don't think we do. How do we know who's looking sus? I need to tap into my inner Among Us. Who's looking sus? You look very sus. You're glowing red. That's usually pretty sus. Yep, there we go. Well, there's the clue. If you're glowing red...
The waters flow again.
Any more? Hey, there's one. How many of these we got to do? 6 of these.
To see them return.
That was a bunch of them. Oh shit. Can I take these? Of course I can. I'm a hunter. What am I saying? Do we reckon that was meant to pop like 6 of them in one go? I mean, I'll take it. Easy win. One thing I need to do though is I need to decide if I'm actually going to bother moving to a different realm. I am still so undecided about what my plan of action really is for Dragonflight. Since, well, let me put it this way. I usually have a pretty good grasp of how the game's going to play out. Not am I ever totally voodoo about it, but I tend to have a pretty good idea most of the time. And I just know that crafting is going to be one of those things that's fun, but it's not going to make anybody rich. The crafting orders are completely designed in a fashion that it entirely 100% benefits the buyer. And a market like that where I have practically no control over it, I'm not totally sold on. So I'm kind of thinking that do I actually take Dragonflight launch a little bit more casual than I plan to? do I just level up some characters? Do I do a bit of farming? Do I dabble about a bit? Or do I... Because I'm not entirely sure just how lucrative actually trying to min-max crafting is going to be. What's my game resolution? Well, I stream at 1080p. If that's what you're referring to. I feel like what might be lucrative is selling to all the people who are trying to make crafting lucrative. Well, yeah. The intermediate market, I think, is where it's at. For one very simple reason. That I've known this from the word go, right? From the very word go, it's been clear to me that the real gold will still be made on the auction house. Now, the new crafting order system and the new specializations and all of that sort of stuff looks fun, but that's very, very geared towards the benefit of the buyer. There's not a huge amount of benefit to crafters to be doing this, or at least to be pushing overly aggressively to do it. At least not for anything that you're then going to end up ultimately selling via a crafting order. All this bind on pickup stuff, I'm so tempted to just ignore all of it. These are probably opinions that I probably shouldn't be sharing too publicly, but the reality is, for me, is that if it goes through a crafting order and if it's bind on pickup, there's no way for me to capitalize on it. Other than being the first person able to make it. But by the time that there's more than one person able to make it, that game's over. Because I then have no control over what's going on. Ah, this makes a lot more sense. Now when you complete this quest, you get Cardin's Wisdom. You can now rarely discover Dragon Shards of Knowledge throughout the Dragon Isles. I knew there was a hidden buff. Now we've got confirmation that that hidden buff is actually a buff. I assumed this was the case. Oh, this makes... I know I'm jumping between topics of conversation, but when something cool happens, I need to talk about it. This then means that you're going to probably want to do this on your crafting alts ASAP. Because until you get to this point, it's one source of knowledge that you're not going to be able to take advantage of. I wonder if people think it's not worth no deal listings. Blizzard will have to step in. Nah, it's... See, this is the difficulty, right? This is the difficulty with crafting professions. They only matter to a degree. Crafting only matters to a degree. Blizzard are only going to step in and make a change when it's game breaking. Crafting professions could be dead as a dodo. That's not game breaking. It's annoying to the people that enjoy that avenue of content, but it's not game breaking. So, this is why they didn't step in with legendaries at all. Because the reality for legendaries was that it wasn't game breaking. You didn't strictly need to have a 291 legendary on an alt that has never been anywhere near a raid. People wanted it, and if they wanted it, they could buy it. But it wasn't ever mandatory. The amount of materials that was needed to level up was expensive because lots of people were trying to level them up. Blizzard very rarely step in. Is this part of the MSQ? It's not, no. This is a side quest thing. These are some side quests, but there are some prerequisites to unlocking these quests, I believe. The only way we can sort of maybe possibly find out in a little bit more detail is if we take a look over on Wowhead and we search for the quest and see if Wowhead at least has tracked. But like I said, the Wowhead is seriously behind. What's it called? A worthy hunt. Yeah, this is miles behind. This has got... It claims to need level 62. It is part 6 of a storyline quest. A gift from a Miguel. This starts in the Ruby not the Ruby Sanctum. What's it called? This quest chain starts back here. Starts in the Ruby Life Pool area, where you get introduced to the Artisans Consortium for the first time. This is also where you first pick up dragon riding. That quest chain starts here, and presumably will allow you to work your way through it. So you're going to want to get your crafting alts to 62 pretty quickly if you want them to be able to keep up with knowledge gains at least.
Good trade follows trust. Come back with more.
So me being level 67, I could and should have done this a long time ago. Yeah, none of this is part of the main storyline, nor is it like a campaign thing. So there is a very strong chance that some people just flat out miss it. This has been some of the criticisms about the new crafting system, that Blizzard historically are not great at teaching people in game how these new systems work. And people were like, oh yeah, but there'll be a quest chain. And it's like, when was the last time you ever stopped and read quest text and learned something from it? It's not a viable way of teaching people how to do something in the game. Even if you make it part of the main storyline of the campaign quest, then if it's taught to you via a quest, there's a strong chance that people are just still going to gloss over it. Because your individual quests do not set themselves apart well enough for you to realize that, oh, I should pay attention to this, I'm being taught a lesson here. They need to implement some sort of training via other methods. Oh, I can skin it as well. Let's remember to skin things while we're here. Oh, resilient leather quality 3. 4 of them. Ian would love a pop-up like Clippy on old Microsoft Word. The irony is if something like that was to be a thing, people would pay attention to it more. If you bake in tutorials to quests, people miss them because people don't read quests. People consider quests a way to gain experience, a way to get a reward for something. People are not paying any attention to what the quest is. Because over the years, we've been conditioned to just bang out quests as fast as we possibly can to gain a reward from them. Did I see the new Mad Season video? I unsubscribed to Mad Season a long time ago. When he was proclaiming to be quitting World of Warcraft, I unsubbed. So if he's released new content, unless it's been recommended to me, I've not seen it. He also went very classic. He went towards the classic route. which never really particularly interested me. But I should maybe start paying more attention to. Has he got a new video out, has he? Is it any good?
Perhaps I can be helpful.
So now we're going to have Cardin's Wisdom as a buff. Does that show up in... Does that show up in here anywhere as like a passive? Because if it is, it then makes it much easier to track whether you've done it or not done it on an alt. Good, 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 good. It's not a thing. Okay. We just have to, there'll be some, there'll obviously be some console commands you can do to check if you've done it or not already, but that's still, it'd be nice if it was actually just a straight up passive in here, right? Yeah, okay. Another Pandora's Box video, but on the rise of influencers. Is it another 2-hour documentary style one? Or even better, show it in the professions tab? It might be in there. Although, I don't think it is. I do have 7 points to spend somewhere though. I should probably spend some of these. So now we can do these still give the same rewards. Used to learn leatherworking specializations. Knowledge can be get okay, just a single knowledge point and 25 artisans metal. God, they're changing these numbers all the time. Okay. Did that quest chain give us 3 of these in total? Yeah, continues to give us 3 of these. So there's 75 artisans metal and 3 knowledge points of your choice. Okay, it seems to be sort of similar. They don't seem to have rocked the boat too much on that. It's been 25 for a while. It started off at 10 and then it went up to 15, I think, and now they've obviously decided 25. Are you locked to 3 shards even if you have 2 professions? Presumably, we've always we've had the belief that you're able to farm up 3 of those dragon shards a week. Now, if that's the case, and you have 2 crafting or 2 professions in general, you're going to have to make a choice. But realistically, 1 knowledge point is not going to make a huge amount of difference either way. You're realistically going to look at farming those up for the artisan's metal more than anything else. 25 artisans metal each is a sizable amount of artisans metal at the beginning of the expansion. I need to do a little video on artisans metal, and I think I need to do it at some point this week because a lot rides on the back of understanding how this material works. Okay. This is just my general quest. Well, let's get this done while we're here. There's loads of things to kill over it. Let's do some pew-pewing and get this one done. We need 25 salvaged hide. I heard we gained like 10 to 15. Honestly, I've stopped trying to track how much knowledge we gain. Simply because until the game physically goes live, it doesn't matter. And more importantly, it's changed so many times as we find new sources and whatever. if you're doing everything you possibly can on a main character, you'll probably gain as much knowledge as you can. It's not difficult to get. It's more about knowing where the sources are and how you can get it. You want to make sure, you know, it's more of a checklist thing, right? You want to make sure that you're doing your weekly quest. You want to make sure that you're doing the fill work orders weekly quest. You want to make sure that you're finding 3 dragon shards, however that be. In most cases, it's just via killing things. It's just knowing the ways of getting the knowledge that seems to be more important. The amount of it that you get, top numbers, I've given up trying to keep track of it, to be honest. And there's also, there's definitely some misunderstandings about how the specs work. I've seen lots of people recently calling out for like a catch-up system. And the reality is that you don't need a catch-up system. Because you can only ever be so specialized in one thing. And it doesn't take all that long to become maxed out in any one single market. Specializations, it's going to be weird. Specializations will only really matter for like 4 to 6 weeks. After that, specializations is just an annoyance of time gating. Since you can only get so far in any one given market, right? So say, for example, you start the expansion and you want to go, you know, hardcore into crafting 2-handed staffs with inscription. Sure, you can do that, but by the time you've put 100, 120 skill points into that, like, side market, you're done. There's nothing you can possibly do to get better at making those. And so from that point on, well, your choice is to just get into another market, and then another market, and then another market. The reality for most will be that you don't, and because of that, you don't strictly need a catch-up system, because you'll hit the ceiling, and then people will naturally, if they want to, catch up to you over time anyway. It's the only time you really need a catch-up system is where players consistently have the ability to gain an advantage over you. And if your skill in any one market is capped, then people, if they wish, will catch up to you eventually anyway. But by that point, you'll be specialized and focusing on yet another market. And so then you'll have 2 markets on the go. And then eventually you'll have 3 markets and 4 markets. And 6 months down the line, you'll have access to craft and sell everything at top quality. And then none of it really matters anymore. This is why I hope Blizzard have got a plan of action in place for patch 10.1, 10.2. Because otherwise, the entire system could get like really mundane really quickly. But I'm sure they've got something planned. We've not seen much to indicate that, but I'm sure they've got something planned. Oh, that hurt. Why did I get slapped so hard there? Which of these ones is slapping me? Have I pulled some elite or something in there? I died really quick. I don't quite know why.
Hello there.
With current rates, it will take months to get fully spec'd. They'll be fully spec'd. There would be no point in anyone even trying to get into a profession later on. How is that any different to how professions are right now? Because right now you have you once you have the pattern, you're on equal footing with everybody else. Dragonflight doesn't change that. Let's say any given item requires 50 spec points for you to max it out. Once you've put 50 spec points, you're in the same league as somebody else. The only difference here is that the barrier to entry is just different. The barrier to entry is not getting access to the pattern like it has once been. The barrier to entry is not getting the pattern, it's putting all of the spec points into that pattern. They've just moved the goalposts have just been moved. They've not been made any more difficult to achieve. At least this way, you'll be able to gain the pattern really quite quickly, in most cases. You'll gain the pattern, and then slowly over time, whilst you are becoming more specialist and are able to produce the top quality stuff, at least you'll have the opportunity to make some gold off that pattern whilst you're leveling it up. If you were trying to grind out Crafters, look at patch 9.0 with Crafters Mark II in Venari. It was literally a case of you made no gold and you had a massive grind ahead of you until you got the pattern. And then once you got the pattern, you were on an equal playing field with everybody else that also has the pattern. Dragonflight is just changing it so that you get the pattern nice and easily. And have the ability, if you push, to stay ahead whilst you have that pattern until you get to the point where you can make that thing at the best quality. Eventually, there'll be a bunch of people that can make that thing at the best quality. And it will then replicate the same situation as we have in Shadowlands today. If you're weeks behind, you're going to make nothing. Not true. Not true. Because there are 5 different qualities for a reason. And this is why the public work order system is the way that it is. And this is one of the big reasons why Blizzard doesn't want to allow people to specify quality on public work orders. Because it will allow any crafter at any stage to craft and sell those things to people. Because the barrier to entry for public work orders is having the recipe. The barrier to entry to the personal top quality crafts is you need to have had that recipe and be skilled in crafting it. There's just more layers to the cake. The cake is still the same shape and the same size. There's just more layers to it. And at least this time round, you're going to have the ability to at least make something and get and be working towards something whilst you're becoming, specialist in it. And the likelihood is at least from a public order perspective, if you can only do 10 public orders a day, you're going to quite quickly become selective to which ones you choose to do. Which means if you're one of the crafters that have been dealing with it for a long time, you're probably not going to be picking up all the dregs. They'll be left for the people who are still leveling up. They'll be the people who'll be able to chip away and at least make something whilst they're becoming able to fulfill those personal orders and getting their name out there. And it's quite a smart system. It's very smart in terms of it does allow different stages of players. And this is why there's not strictly the need for a catch-up system. Catch-up systems are more required when things are more black and white. Because players will naturally catch up to that of others in any single market. And like I said, dedicated crafters will probably max out their spec tree in about 6 months. You've then got potentially 2 years of this expansion. That'll be lots of time for people to catch up. But it will also, for those that dedicated themselves to it nice and early, it will provide them a window of opportunity to take advantage of their hard work. And eventually that window of opportunity will diminish until everybody's on an equal playing field. And probably you'll find that Blizzard will introduce some new crafts. Probably not 10.1, but probably 10.2. A lot of people tend to look at gold making with a very sort of black or white approach to it. That if they're not making all of the gold, then they're making no gold. And it's a really hard mentality to sort of, you know, readjust. But the truth is that, you know, only a select amount of people can make the multi-millions. But they are, you know, they're the people that put in the most effort and first. They're the people that choose to sacrifice end game play at the start of a patch to make gold instead. And if you're one of those, you provide yourself a better opportunity. Can these goddamn bulls get off my ass? Lord. Oh, it's that trample that's doing all the damage to me. I wondered what was squishing me. That's the thing, I'm part of that select group. If I make 20 crafting alts week 1, even having one of those 1 week behind is a major downfall. Which is obviously to my benefit, but it's kind of ridiculous at the same time. Yeah, but many people would initially argue that making 20 alts in the first place was your first ridiculous action. You know, it's a matter of perspective, I think. I need to stun that trample, because if that thing hits me, it hurts hard. Blizzard is forcing my hand, gating knowledge gains, though. I can't help but think you're just looking at it so wrong. I don't know. Like I said, it's a matter of perspective, I tend to feel, and you've got to set your you've got to set realistic expectations. There's less ways to game the system by just by spending more. A lot of people, I think, have come out of Shadowlands with a really jaded view of what gold making actually is. If you made millions of gold with legendaries, you are never, ever going to be able to repeat that process again. Or it is extremely unlikely that you'll ever be able to repeat that process again. Because it was clearly a broken system. It was a broken system that allowed people to really game it aggressively. And so people did. And it's hence why we now have somewhat time-gated profession skills. There is never ever going to be anything even remotely like legendaries again. And to be honest, I hope there isn't. As ludicrously profitable as it was, I hope there's nothing like legendaries again. Because it wasn't fun. It was profitable, but it wasn't fun. Which is not what you want in a video game. Fun should come first. And unfortunately, Shadowlands Legendaries didn't promote fun first. There was no player skill involved in any way, shape, or form. You didn't even have to play the game. You literally, you stood at a crafting table, you made stuff, and then you cancel scanned like your life depended on it. And the faster you were able to repeat that process, the more gold you were able to make. It wasn't gameplay orientated. which is what I want professions to be. I kind of wish that Blizzard had gone further with the gameplay side of things for professions. They seem to be using world quests and rep grinds as content for crafters, which I don't particularly agree with. I think that if you want to make crafting a meaningful endgame activity, that it should actually have some dedicated endgame activity, not just because crafting it's a byproduct of doing world quests. It's not its own standalone piece of content. It's like, oh, if you do all these world quests, and more importantly, if you do all of these world quests on many characters, then you'll have access to patterns for those separate professions. It's a byproduct. It's not gameplay first in any way, shape, or form, which is what I was hoping they were going to do. Legion was still, and probably still will be, the best iteration of this. Legion, every profession had its own quest line, albeit some were smaller than others, some were more engaging than others, but there was content there, actually what you'd consider proper content. Repeating the same thing again on another character, I don't really consider it content. I should want to level up an alt that has different professions because there's new content that I haven't done by virtue of having different professions, which isn't unfortunately how Dragonflight is going to launch. But it's clear that they've put their time and the effort into the spec trees and the crafting system, which is very good. And clearly we can't have everything, as otherwise that well, who knows, the quest lines and the stuff might come later on in the expansion, but at least for launch, our progression is just by grinding rep on alts, unfortunately. What's this one? Oh, this is a Dragon Shard of Knowledge quest. Alright, well, we'll do that one then. Yoink. 10.1 hopefully adds some more. Yeah, I hope so. I really do hope that they lean quite heavily into this, making it so that, you know, if you are a blacksmith, you feel like a blacksmith thing. The ideology behind it, I really agree with. Unfortunately, so far, the initial implementation is just that. It's an initial implementation. I don't think it's fully fleshed out yet. Oh, do I need to talk to this dude? I probably need to talk to him here, don't I? To me, it feels a lot like the core system is in place for 10.0, and we'll see a progression of that system throughout the expansion. Is it still viable time-wise to have 4 characters covering all professions whilst also having good recipes for each profession? It depends how much time you've got to play. Viability is yeah, that's entirely a you question. I can play 18 hours a day because I'm lucky I can call this my job. So it's more than viable for me, but it may not be viable for you if you only have 2 or 3 hours a day to play, for example. Yeah, that's a you question. It's a matter of time. Oh no, I pulled the hippo. Let's pew the hippo real quick. It's a good framework to build upon. Yeah, this is it. Like, to definitely give them credit where credit's due. I think they've done it the right way. I think you've got to build from the ground up, and that's the most sensible way to do things. They've created a new profession leveling system that is actually quite engaging. And it does provide players the ability to specialize, at least to begin with. I'm not entirely convinced that that feel of specialization is going to last all that long. Because it's not strictly specializing. This is the thing. It's kind of, not to say it's been missold, but it's, you're not strictly specializing in anything, since there's the possibility for you to have everything. By virtue, specializing in something is usually at the cost of something else. It's that Kiss Curse scenario. You can't be an arcane mage whilst also using Pyroblast. It's a choice, you know? And I think that's where specializations have been slightly missold to people. And is where a lot of the common confusion, I think, comes with it. That if you are a blacksmith and you're a blacksmith that chooses initially to specialize in making armor, that'll do you fine for a month or so. But there'll come a point where you can't specialize anymore. And you'll just decide to, alright, well now I'll start focusing on becoming better at crafting weapons. That's not strictly specializing. What you should be able to do is continuously work towards getting better at something, but at the cost of something else. Just like how talent trees work, you know? Talent trees, there's never a point with talent trees where you can have everything. And so you're specializing. You're specializing in Beast Mastery. You're specializing in Marks. You're specializing in Frost Mage. You're specializing in Fire Mage. You're making a choice. Specs in professions are not strictly the same, because with enough time, you can do everything. And you can fill everything and you can become the best at everything. That then doesn't feel very specialist to me. But that illusion of specialization will still exist until 3-6 months have passed. So it will be good for the first half of the expansion. I really do wonder where they're going to take it further on in the expansion, though. How we doing, Woo? Welcome in. Good to see you, my man. Hope you're well. You can have a PhD in multiple things. Of course you can.
Fancy meeting you here.
Of course you can, but time that you spend becoming... the time you spend
I'll be here when you
becoming super good... You can't have a PhD in everything, though, can you?
keep a keen mind and a watchful eye. Thank you. Lania can help direct you toward the Kirin.
So this is Fork River Crossing. Fork River Crossing is like the second home for the Artisans Consortium. You will also find most of the regular NPCs, such as Thomas Bright down here. This is where you actually pick up a bunch of the quests for initially, but it seems to be that the same quests you can pick up here will also be given to you if you happen to be chilling in Valdrakken as well. So you kind of have choice where to get these quests. But there was some quests to go kill goats or something down here. Maybe I've already done those on this character. It's really hard to keep track of all of that sort of stuff. You have to go kill some goats and get some flyers or something. Hey look, Dolly. Pet the goat. There's also crafting order people down here as well. So you may find a bunch of people chilling down here. It doesn't... Maybe if Valdrakken... I don't know why people would be down here. You can place work orders down here. Can you fulfill work orders from here? You must be near a crafting table for your profession to access crafting orders. Yeah, so you can place orders down here. I don't know why most people would choose to be here rather than in Valdrakken, though. Sure. It's an alpaca, not a goat. It's just a fluffy goat. It's just a fluffy goat. Okay, do we have any more profession-related quests? The leatherworking services to fulfill the orders. We can turn in population control now. When you give Bakar a bone. Oh, that's another... Oh, have we managed to pick up 2 quests at the same time? Oh, that's not even marked as a world quest. That's just a straight up quest. This is a weekly. This is tagged as weekly. This, unfortunately, I've completed it, so I can't see what the tag is on it anymore, annoyingly. But I think this is tagged as a weekly as well. Okay, let's go turn that quest in, and then we'll continue with the campaign, I reckon. There's a flight point here. I'll take the flight point instead. It's a bit faster. Where's the flight point gone? Here we go.
Perhaps I can be helpful.
This funky griffin, look. That's cool. I like him. Oh, coffee's kicking in now. Feeling good. Caffeine, fully caffeinated. Griffin not scared to be eaten by a hungry drake? Apparently not. Is actually the Dragonbane Keep thing up and running? Do I need to go and pledge my allegiance to Rathian or Sibelian first? Maybe I do. That's holding me back at the moment from completing this.
Welcome.
There's the salvaged hide, bit of Tuskar rep, bit of knowledge.
Come back for soup.
Bit of rep with the Artisans Consortium as well. I'll take it. I'll take it. Where did it go? Where's me? Did it just auto give it to me? They're not books you learn now anymore. You receive leatherworking designs. Where's it gone? I'm clearly being blind. Aha, I was being blind.
Always got stuff to offer.
Ah, I can buy some books now. Something broke. Miners and herbalists reliant on reputation at all? No, not really. Not really. None of the gathering professions really care about reputation. It's why they're good to have on an alt. I certainly wouldn't be taking herbalism and mining on a main character, because you're missing out on some serious opportunities by doing such. Oh, that's interesting. It takes 100 artisans metal for you to buy those books in the first place. But I did still gain 75 artisans metal when I learnt it. Does that mean I'm going to gain 50 artisans metal when I learn this book? Because it gives me 10 knowledge still. Haha, I did. Okay. That's weird. I mean, I understand why, but it still feels odd. For something that costs you artisan's metal to buy in the first place. It feels a bit weird that it then just, you know, gives it back to you at the same time. Those don't cost that much since you get the metal back. Yeah. It cost me only 25. It only actually cost me 25 artisans metal for the gathering one, and 50 artisans metal for the crafting one, because of what it refunded to me by learning the knowledge. Interesting twist. Are we gonna need to reserve 4 keybind things for dragon riding? No. When you hop on your dragon, it automatically changes your bar. It changes your bar. I don't know if it's on a separate bar, but it overrides bar number 1. Kind of like how druids work with the default UI. If you're not using default UI, though, I'm quite sure it's probably reserved for like bar 24 or something. I don't know. You probably can reserve keybinds for them if you wanted to, but it does override 1 to 4. Right, skinning. 29 points to spend in leatherworking. 22 points to spend in skinning. Another 10 points will give me the ability to learn bottled pheromones. The bottled pheromones lure all nearby unoccupied skinnable beasts and dragonkin to you. Another 10 points will get me nothing special. 10. Is there 40 points in this? Okay, so I can't quite max this node out.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Hawks 2K13 with a prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The amount of cooldown refunded for your elusive skinning creature bait through skinning is doubled when skinning elite and rare creatures. Okay. Learn to craft an infusion of earth, an infusion of frost, an infusion of decay, and then once you max this one out, an infusion of the titan. That puts a bit of a hierarchy on. It makes it very, very quick and easy for people to gain rousing frost. More difficult for people to get rousing earth, yet more difficult to get rousing decay, and then remarkably difficult to get rousing order. Baseline cooldown rate is 10 minutes. You can get it to 15 minutes with the points. Okay. The amount of cooldown refunded for your elusive creature bait through skinning is increased by a moderate amount. Your elusive creature bait can sometimes draw elite creatures that may yield better skinning rewards. Your skill at using bait has reached its peak. Your elusive creature bait can now draw rare creatures at specific locations who can be skinned for a chance at the best rewards. Ooh. They've, some of these sound new. It sounds like they've, definitely pun intended, fleshed out skinning. Which is quite cool. It's still super tempting to push into being able to get quality 3. See, even once you've maxed out skinning, and even as a Worgen, even with some basic stuff in hand, I'm still not ever able to get quality 3 materials. Not dense hide or lustrous scales. regardless to what you do with specs, it seems very sensible to me to get at least to the point where you can get quality 3. I wonder how you're supposed to find the correct spots. It's a good question, actually. If you're looking here and you're trying to find you can draw in rare creatures at specific locations. I wonder if it actually marks something on your map, maybe, once you've unlocked this. Did I read that you need to be in war mode to get the reagents for the crafted PvP gear? Yeah, the Awakened Ire is... I have seen some people claim that they found nodes whilst not in war mode. But let's put it this way, you get more of them if you are in war mode. But yes. I'm wondering if there's any reason to I've got to put 10, 15 points in just to unlock this node. I'm wondering if there's, because skinning's one of those things where you don't strictly need to have everything first, whether it's worth just spreading the love a little bit. Like putting points over here. Deafness is really boring. Finesse we can live with. Learn how to improve lower quality hides, refining them from 1 to 2. See, this is ridiculous. Because you ain't never getting quality 1 hides in the first place. Like, by the time you've unlocked this, this is some of the issues with the spec trees. Some of the points in there are clearly either misplaced or just miscalculated. Because you could put 20 points in this, and it's not going to make a blind bit of difference, because you're not going to be getting quality 1 hides anyway. With no points in any of this, I'm still able to get quality 2 hides, nearly guaranteed every time. So what would be the benefit for me to put 20 points in this to unlock the ability to take quality 1 to quality 2? Would I, in theory, be then buying quality 1 off the auction house to then turn them into quality 2 as you know, as a bit of a shuffle? I'm not strictly sold on that science. And then by the time you get from here, refining quality 2 to quality 3, it's the same story again. By the time you've put 40 points in this, you're going to be pretty much guaranteed to get quality 3 when you're skinning yourself anyway. I mean, I guess they're bonuses, but they're certainly not something that I'd strive for. Getting more leather and getting more scale, I think, is just like, this is a bit of a bait to begin with. Improve the efficiency gaining deafness while skinning per point in this spec. Well, that's also hella boring. Deafness is just faster skinning. That's not going to make a huge difference to most people. Your knowledge of autonomy gives you an upper hand, increasing your damage against beasts and dragonkin whilst outdoors. I wonder how lucrative that actually is. Skinning is always one of those professions where being better geared is definitely an advantage, but it's only an optimization thing. It's not the difference between getting something and not getting something. If you can't kill the creature, then you can't skin it. It's pretty obvious, but I think about all this stuff way too much, though. This is the problem. Especially considering that I won't do half of this. I do think for the gathering professions, though, there is some merit to just unlocking the base thing for a bunch of different nodes. Like if I put 10 points into this, I can unlock one of these. I can either, by only putting 10 points in here, not only do I get the 10 points worth of benefit, which is what, plus 10 deafness, plus 15 deafness because of this node, but I'd also then get an increased chance to gather species-specific reagents, or chance to gather meat while skinning certain creatures, or you have a chance to gather bite-sized morsels while skinning. I don't know. For now, for the purpose of testing, I'll go full baiting, but put some points in there. I'm intrigued to see how this bottled pheromone plays out. 12 more points. Do I either go... I can go 5 more points, 10 more points. If I go 5 more points, I can at least open this node. What does opening this node do? Reduces the cooldown a bit. Well, let's do that. Then we can open this node. Don't have to do anything with it, but we get this at least. Or do we not? Oh, apply changes. There we go. 7 more points. Plus 10 deafness and finesse. Learn to craft infusion earth. That'll do. That'll do. Place a bait, luring an elusive creature. After a small amount of time, who knows what might show up. The cooldown of the elusive creature bait is lowered by skinning creatures in the Dragon Isles. And presumably these share a cooldown. You can't carry any more of those items. Hang on, what did I click on? There's my elusive creature bait. Oh. Can you still genuinely only have one bait on you at once? That seems really dumb and really annoying. Where is it in my bags then? Okay. That seems very strange. Oh, an earth-infused one. There it is. Thanks.
I realise I have to go, so you can have the cold glass of water.
Where are you going?
To the office.
Alright, see you later.
Bye.
What's the difference between an earth-infused one? I guess the earth-infused one is just going to infuse with the elemental essence of earth. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Annoying that these are unique. I don't think these really need to be unique. So much so. I don't think these need to be unique. Is there any sizable reason why these need to be unique? I don't think there is there? Okay. Right, back to leveling. All of this was meant to be leveling and I got distracted by professions. Well, surprise, surprise. To the Azure Span. What I am quite intrigued by is just how much reputation I'll have with any of the factions by the time I ding 70. Now, we're about to go to the Azure Span, which if we do on the campaign there is going to give us Tuskarr rep. My reputation with the Dragonscale Expedition might be a bit swayed because I've already maxed these out on an alt, on my main character I should say. So I'm probably getting 2 or 3 times as much reputation with these guys as I would be normally. But some people I think have the belief that you're going to, you know, ding 70 with like 7 to 10 renown, and that's just not the case. Certainly not on day 1. If you min-max, if you do every single quest in every single zone, you might get 5 renown. You're still going to be pretty heavily grinding rep on for a while.
I am sorry.
Again, I don't mind doing it on a
How
main.
to do this?
Doing it on alts though is not going to feel very fun.
Can it not wait?
Right. If you all insist on examining fish for this essence, then the least you can do is help me catch more.
Wait, did I just hear renown? Didn't they say there wouldn't be a system like that? No. They took renown and they multiplied it. We now have 4 different renown paths for each of the major factions. They've basically used renown to, you know, to disguise the fact that the reputations are now a lot longer than they once were. They've slapped renown on top of them. That's a distraction. Some people will get distracted by it and think it's something new. People who understand game design will realise that it's exactly the same reputation system we've always had, just with a shiny new lick of paint.
I'm getting a bit concerned. We haven't heard back.
It's all smoke and mirrors.
Ronin Shield.
Pretty much.
How are you, traveler?
The Isles have awakened. For dragonkind.
What are we picking up here? Arcane devices. I'll do full renown in 10-3, same as it was in Shadowlands. There's already the theory that we might be looking at a bit of a Warlords of Draenor situation on our hands. Of which, I mean, with Warlords of Draenor, the leveling experience was really quite fun. But people's main issue with Warlords of Draenor is once you dinged max level, there wasn't a huge amount to keep people entertained. And Dragonflight does start to paint that picture a little bit, which is kind of also why I think that they've been slightly sheepish to let people test endgame. Because I don't think they strictly want people making pre-made level 70 characters on the beta to then find out that there's maybe only, you know, a handful of things to keep you occupied once you hit level 70. And they're really hoping that people are going to focus on professions, and that grinding reputation for the benefit of professions will be what keeps people busy. Now, I don't mind, because that's my chosen aspect of gameplay. But I am very aware, acutely aware, that that is not most people's avenue of gameplay. Sure, there's your traditional go do some dungeons, run some Mythic Plus, and do your battlegrounds and arenas and sorts of stuff. But there's there's the Cobalt Assembly, which is just up here, but that's an afternoon's worth of grind. Unless, since I last tested it, they've built in some meaningless time gating to it. It's still a find a group and bang it out in an afternoon.
This land is full of curiosities.
It's just a
Keep
mini
your
game
eyes
thing.
and your wits sharp out
It's difficult because I also need to be slightly aware of the fact that I've had, you know, I've now been playing this game for like 3 months. It's difficult, right? Because, but at the very same time, I've also been quite keen to not just. What's going on here? Why am I now a chair? How have I become a chair all of a sudden? Can I not be a chair? What's going on here? Do I not need that for something? I don't know. Yeah, I need to, you know, try and remember that I have been playing this game for 3 months already. But I've not played deliberately. I mean, my focus is obviously on professions and stuff. So I've spent countless hours on the test realms, testing all of that sort of stuff out. But there's clearly people who have played this game like it's live. And in many cases, they're able to play it like it's a live version of the game. Now, obviously, there's not the benefit of having lots of other players to engage with at the same time. But people are not finding themselves too busy for too long.
I'll shield you for as long as I can. Take those drakes down.
Like I said, I do tend to feel that Blizzard are really, really banking on people. They're hoping that the carrot on the stick for people to continuously do world quests and grind out these reputations and stuff. They're hoping that the crafting carrot on a stick is enough, and that the cosmetics is going to be enough. It's weird, and I don't envy Blizzard's position on this, because they are clearly fighting a very fine line. Because no player out there has wanted any form of player power to be attached to world content. Yet at the same time, there'll come a point very quickly where people hit level 70 and they'll be like, well, there's nothing for me to do. It's like, well, there's stuff for you to do, it's just optional stuff. So, you know, how do you win in that situation? If you make everything optional, then you may not feel the need or the desire to go and do it. If you don't feel the need or the desire to go and do it, then it's very easy to consider there not to be anything to do. It's, yeah, it could be a challenge. Why did I not complete that quest? Did I? Oh no, I don't have to do that whole thing again, do I? Oh, there's another big dragon you have to kill at the end of this. I did this last time I leveled this. Endgame's full of optional stuff. That's how Final Fantasy 14, and they do just fine. It's a different game. It's a different player base. You can draw comparisons, but you can't use the rule. It's still not an apples to apples comparison. It's also true that, you know, Final Fantasy has the entire player housing thing to keep people busy with. The amount of RP that is done in Final Fantasy is exponentially more than what it is in World of Warcraft. People don't RP in this game anywhere near, you know, Final Fantasy 14 is practically based on RP. And that's the big draw for people that like that sort of stuff. That used to be the case. I mean, we even have RP realms, role-playing realms in WoW. But, you know, they're a dime a dozen. That, like...
Fine work. Hold though. More primalists are coming. Fall back. We'll set up defensive positions.
Like, to be slightly critical of Blizzard would be to sort of point out that, you know, there'd be a lot more to do in the game if they didn't just delete everything at the end of an expansion every time. It's slightly frustrating, and it's been an annoyance of mine for a long time, that the second we leave one expansion to another, they just delete everything. Whereas if they actually made systems and content in a fashion that would scale on with us as players, like there's just the same amount of reason to go run island expeditions now as there was in BFA. But nobody's doing it because Blizzard have practically just abandoned the entire system. But if it was all scaled effectively, and there was still some lucrative rewards that people cared about, and there was something in there that might aid you with whatever else it is you're doing in the game, it might still have merit, but...
This is the in case Khadgar isn't available, bring this.
And not that I've played Final Fantasy all that much, but I've played it enough to know that it's very clear that they don't make anything in the game unless they know that it will stand in the game for a while. More than just the life of any given cycle of content. Blizzard sort of struggles, I think, nowadays to have an avenue of content that's evergreen. And it's clearly becoming an issue because other games that do have an avenue of evergreen content are excelling. Final Fantasy being one, right? You know, the main story quests, the MSQ in Final Fantasy, is 500-600 hours of content that is as gripping and as engaging to go through today as it was 5 years ago, and probably will still be in 5 years' time. WoW doesn't really have anything like that because they don't seem to be... Blizzard don't seem to be able to engage players without, you know, constantly rewarding them. And it's a vicious circle. The more you reward people, the worse it feels when you stop being rewarded. But if you're rewarded for doing everything, your reason for doing it ends up being you're doing it for the reward, not because of the fun of it. And that very much becomes a vicious cycle. And that makes it incredibly hard for Blizzard to then make evergreen content. Content that is just as fun to go through now as it would be in 5 years' time, or, you know. Because once the rewards become irrelevant, then you realize that, you know, valuing the content based on the content itself, it's not as strong. And is probably why Blizzard choose to ditch entire systems. Just got here, what we ranting about? Discussing. Maybe I am ranting a little bit, but it's something that plagues World of Warcraft a lot. It's MMO farming / dress up now, not an MMO RPG. The role-playing aspect of World of Warcraft hasn't been there for a long time. The RPG aspect has not been there. You've been on just a treadmill of new loot. But WoW was never very good at that. Let's not forget that this isn't something that WoW has been good at once and is now just not good at. It's just never been good at it. WoW has always been just a gear treadmill. And this is why the raid is what holds World of Warcraft, you know, held World of Warcraft in its predominant position for a long time. That the raids were so good and people had so much fun in the raids, they didn't mind the loot treadmill. They didn't mind the loot treadmill of that every 6 months their entire gear set that they'd worked for tens of hours to achieve would be replaced by something else from somewhere else. But what it, you know, its storytelling has never been great. These are aspects that Blizzard has never really been particularly good at. Which is why it's obviously quite difficult for them to just turn around and so-called make it better. Because they were never really great at it to begin with. The only reason they got away with not being so great at it was because there was nobody else out there doing it either. Now a company like Square Enix, who arguably have one of the most successful storytelling franchises in history with Final Fantasy, have been able to put together 500 hours of incredible storytelling to the point that it, you know, brings people to tears. People get that invested in the characters in Final Fantasy. It's, you know, it's that's one thing they are very, very strong at. They are super good at telling a good story, which fits very nicely in an RPG MMO, you know. Well, that's it. People still to this day like lust over Final Fantasy VII, a game that came out when I was a kid. That Final Fantasy VII. When did that come out? I want to say Final Fantasy VII came out what, like 98, 97, 98 maybe. Like, that's an old game. But people still lust over it now as if it's the best thing that has ever been created. Now, like I said, I've not played Final Fantasy XIV anywhere near enough to fully understand why it appeals to people. We played it for a little bit on stream. I gave it a month or so. I think I played it for a little bit, but I made the mistake of that I didn't really get gripped by the story because I just didn't play it enough. I wanted to only play the main story quest whilst on stream, and reality being is I just don't stream enough to be able to achieve that. But I understand why people get completely engrossed and it takes over their life, because when you tell a good story, people will listen and people will get invested in it. The gear treadmill that WoW was fun for whilst there wasn't a good story out there, but I think most people nowadays tend to prefer a good storyline rather than just farming yet more loot. Honestly, I tend to dislike our character being the chosen hero. I am so bored of being the hero. I can't even begin to tell you how bored I am with being the hero. And it's really weird, right? The thing that got me gripped in World of Warcraft to begin with, back in vanilla, was the fact that I didn't feel like the hero. I felt like, you know, just a random Joe that was leveling up and trying to fight against these bigger and better things, going into new zones and conquering the new zones, and needing other people around me to kill stuff. It was way more gripping for me. It's the underdog story, right? It's the underdog story, you know, rising from nothing to become something. When you step foot into a brand new expansion as the hero, you're already at the top, right? Like, where am I going? Where am I going now? If I'm already the hero, well then, you know, what's the appeal? And it's not as strong an appeal for me from a gameplay perspective at all. And I'm clearly part of the problem, right? Because I play the game very much from a systems perspective. My enjoyment of the game is engaging with very specific systems. I couldn't tell you the first thing about the storyline in Dragonflight, and I've played it for 3 months. Couldn't tell you the first thing. reason being is because if there is any storyline there, it's probably not very good.
How can I help?
And it's certainly not told very well. It's got dragons in it. It's got dragons in it, and there's a zone that's got snow. There's a zone that's got fire. Like, generally speaking, I play it from a systems level. But the second a game appears that would also tell me a good story, I'd be very interested very quickly. I'm the slayer of titans and have wielded weapons capable of killing gods, but I also died to a boar on the next expansion release. Yeah, this piggy squished me. Every time you happen to be in the right place at the right time for the story to even progress. This is it. The story, any form of story in World of Warcraft seems to just be a byproduct. It's not the main reason why people do anything in this game. And this is why I think Blizzard really struggles nowadays to hold its players. Because if you're not heavily, like, if you're not a 10-year-old veteran in the game and you're not super duper mega invested, sure, you load up a new expansion, you'll play it for a month or so, but you're not invested in it. You never get invested in it. Because there's nothing to hold your interest for that long. Oh, me pet's dead again. And I've had this discussion a fair few times, and I know I'm not very good at articulating it, but I tend to feel that if Blizzard were to lean in on the fact that it's more than acceptable today to dip into a video game, play it for as long as the content is fun to play, and then dip out. If Blizzard lent in on that, they would probably do so much better for themselves. The fact that they try and elongate everything and spread everything out and put in aggressive psychological tactics to maintain your playtime, to make it so that you feel as if there's 30 days of content every single month that you subscribe. The only way that they're feasibly able to make 30 days of content is to make you do the same thing multiple times. If they just lent in, one day, that if they just turn around and were like, you know what, fuck it, everything's account wide. If you've done it on one character, you've done it. Let people get to a point where they have everything, that they have done all of the things. Let people then go and do something else for a while. Yeah, the time gating rant is coming. It's coming. Let people do what they want to do for as long as they want to do it, and then let them go do something else without feeling as if they've, they're losing out by not playing the game every single day. That level of That's what annoys me about time gating, because it's not for the benefit of the player in any way, shape or form. It's only beneficial for Blizzard. It's an aggressive psychological way to trap you into the game for longer, which I don't like. Where am I meant to go? What the hell's going on here? Oh, East Arcane Field repaired. Isn't that this thing? Hang on. I guess I need to go to another Arcane Field. Ah, here we go. This one. Time gating and mandatory content are the two main reasons they've lost so many people. They're not the only company anymore, and other games are doing things way better. They need to adapt, or it'll be a shell of its former self. I mean, that's a far more blunt way of putting it. But you're not too wrong.
Affixes. Seek.
I mean, this comes from somebody that, I I now somehow miraculously have carved out, I've carved out a position to where I can play this game as a job. That is just absolutely bonkers level crazy in the first place. The fact that that's even possible still blows my mind. But the reality of it is that even somebody in that position, I don't want to play World of Warcraft every single day. There are days where I do not want to play World of Warcraft. I want to do something. I want to play another game. Because you're right, there are lots of the gaming industry. I wouldn't necessarily say it's at its peak, but it's damn good. There's a lot of good stuff out there if you look for it. There's also a lot of bad shit. There's a lot of terrible psychological warfare going on. Like some of the big companies especially are absolutely trying to hoover up your attention at all costs. But in many cases, there's lots of good stuff out there. And my opinion on it has been for quite a while now, is that if Blizzard embraced the fact that they're not the only people out there, and they provided the absolute best experience they can, for as long as it takes people to absorb that experience, and then let people go. Soon as you stop trying to claim that person as, you know, your own. And this kind of goes to Preach's mantra a little bit. You know, Preach decided that, you know, World of Warcraft wasn't for him because he felt that they weren't valuing the player's time. And part of that is this psychological aspect of just making it so that you feel bad for not logging onto the game every day because you feel as if you could be missing out on something, or that you're not progressing in a way that's optimal. Or all of these are psychological aspects of gameplay that aren't necessary. They're done for engagement, and they're done to hold you into the game. Some of the best games out there are games that can be completed in like a handful of hours. Now I know this is an MMO and I know we pay monthly to play it, but you would at least hope that if you do both pay for the game and also pay the monthly subscription for a game, that they then value as a customer once you've done that, and don't treat you like just some number to maintain. Because if they piss you off and you get annoyed and you leave on bad terms, your likelihood to come back is like practically none. I do wonder how many people pick up World of Warcraft for the first time, play it for a month, and then put it down and never come back. And the thing is you don't hear about those people, because they weren't people that got invested in it enough to probably pay much attention to streams. They probably didn't pay much attention to YouTube content around it. They probably certainly weren't the people that you see active on the forums. There certainly weren't the, you know, it's the silent parties out there, the silent majorities, I think. I tend to think that if you had the numbers, and it's probably why Blizzard stopped, you know, publicizing sub numbers. It's definitely got something to do with it. But I bet their churn on this game is bananas. Actually bonkers crazy. Of the 5 million box copies they sell at the beginning of an expansion, I bet 80% of those play the game for a month, then dip, never ever to return ever again. How many of these have I got to kill? Oh, I think we're done.
I stand with you. Good luck. Fly true.
Honestly, I think the whole sub-money model doesn't really work anymore. They changed Overwatch 2's money model and it worked very well. Imagine free-to-play WoW with a battle pass. It's difficult. It's difficult because I think, weirdly, at the same time, if WoW did go free to play, it'd be dead within 12 months. I honestly feel that if WoW went, because there's serious drawbacks of a game being free to play. Historically, Blizzard have actually been one of the better companies for this. But you look at any game that like the monetization in a lot of video games nowadays is beyond gross. And as much as it's easy to complain about WoW, you've also got to remember that, yeah, they charge you for the game in the first place, and they charge you a monthly fee. But much past that, the monetization model is very passive and very subtle compared to other games. Like, oh my lord, the money grabbing in some other video games is bananas. And and unfortunately, if WoW was to go free to play, that same if WoW went free to play, it would attract 10 times as many players, which would cost Blizzard significantly more to run and operate the game. But that would also then mean the people that do choose to pay something for the game would be nickeled and dimed from every single angle. The monetization would be gross. You think it's pay to win now with a token and a box price? The systems that they'd have to employ in the game to make the game free to play would kill the game in like any of the long-term hardcore player base would just be done like within 6 months. I could nearly guarantee it. So this is probably why WoW will never go free to play, because it's relatively stable using the monetization model that it does now. And it's clear that it's still the cash cow for Blizzard. For as long as it's a cash cow still, they don't need to change anything. It's already printing money.
If the Tuskar still live, they should know the location of the major ley lines.
Oh, a flight point. Yoink. At least you only have to pay for the game once if you follow Mantheus and learn how to make gold. Yeah, there's an element of that, but I still do wonder sometimes if the only reason I'm able to make the gold that I do in game is because I've got over 10 years of past experience and knowledge in the game. It's very difficult for me to like look at it through the eyes of somebody that hasn't played this game for a decade. Because you can't unlearn what you already know, which also leads me to believe a lot of the times that, and it's clear, right? This is why all of the farming videos that you see dotted around YouTube tend to do reasonably quite well for themselves, because that's where the majority of the player base is, and that's like that level of knowledge and understanding of the game is actually like the average. Most people don't know a lot about this game. Most people play this game as a silly little video game. And they see the token and they start thinking to themselves, actually, is it possible to make enough gold to actually play this game for free? If the game was really fun, right? Let's not forget, if the game was really fun and really engaging, you probably wouldn't be too fussed about spending $15 a month playing it. But the amount of people that go out of their way to try and play this game for free goes to show that they enjoy the game, but they don't even value the game at $15 a month, you know? It begrudges them to pay the box price. It begrudges them to pay a monthly subscription for it. People spend $15 on Netflix or any of these, you know, video on demand services. Your Twitch Turbo subscription here is like $10 a month or something, just so you don't see ads. People don't even see value in like $10 a month, $15 a month to play the game, and so go out of their way to try and play it for free. Now, I understand you give people the option to do something, and many people will try and do it, but it doesn't really instill confidence in the product in the first place.
I'll put something in what now? Lake lines? You mean rivers? What nonsense are you on about?
Picking up TSM and learning how to use it's the best time investment, in my opinion. Yeah, getting to understand how TSM works can be a valuable use of your time for sure.
Plant, animal? Why, the legend of Foxwell's Fortos goes, there once was... Careful. Oh, the Gleam Codes. Yes, they're everywhere. We try.
More money I can spend on beer and coffee is a win. Well, that's true.
Knows more about that kind of thing.
Hernoliak passed, remember? Bernays chieftain.
With that dragon, you'll... Ah, that's right. She was here with the funeral caravan not long ago.
Sometimes games have to change for the better, and sometimes that entails pissing off its current player base to attract a new generation and in the long run have a healthier player base. Overwatch is a perfect example of that. I think Overwatch 2 has probably had a lot more negative press than it's probably due. Because Overwatch 2, from what I can gather, what we have seen, Overwatch 2 doesn't warrant a number 2 at the end, but that's because you've only got half the product so far. But that's also the reason it's free, right? Let's not forget, Fortnite Battle Royale is free and always has been, but you can still pay for Fortnite. The PvE experience is what you pay for. What's it called? World at War. I played that fucking out. I put far too much time into that. I've played the PvE version of Fortnite more than I played the Battle Royale version of Fortnite. I think Overwatch 2 is the same. I generally tend to feel that the amount of time and effort that the Blizzard devs have put into Overwatch has been very heavily weighed on the PvE mode that we've not even seen yet and is coming out next year. I think they released Overwatch 2 now because, hey, guess what? Christmas is around the corner. They can make a shitload of money by doing it. And the PvP side of it was already, you know, mostly finished. I don't think we've seen even half of what Overwatch 2 has to offer yet.
Our caravan was ambushed by gnolls. They took half my people.
I mean, it's clearly more of a patch than a new version of the game, but
my brothers and sisters are safe.
No more waiting. I must save Naruk. Hanu, wait. Please, stranger.
Everyone is like Overwatch 1 gave everything for free, was way better. Well, duh, if you get everything for free, they make no money. So literally 2 years of 0 updates. 15 minutes queue times because so many players quit. Overwatch 2 is a gameplay improvement 100%. People are just salted they can't have all of the nice transmog. It's still slightly frustrating to me how easily game developers get a free pass for selling cosmetics. Though I mean, I'm not a cosmetics guy. You'll probably work that out very quickly. I don't care for cosmetics in games. I never have done. Maybe I'm old school enough to just not care about that sort of stuff. If the gameplay's not there, I don't care. Like the appearance of my character, I could not give a damn. 0 shits are given about how my player looks. How does my player play? Is realistically all I care about. The fact that game developers get such a free pass for selling cosmetics, though. Oh, we can monetize it. It's only cosmetic. Well, yeah, but it's still something that you should be able to achieve by playing the game still, I feel. I hate the fact that so many companies try and sell cosmetics to people. And then it gets a free pass because it's only cosmetic. Well, it still took developers time. The time that it took the developer to make that cosmetic to put it in the store could have equally been assigned to improving the game or adding a new class or adding it, you know. People don't look at it from that perspective. Oh, it's only cosmetics. Yeah, but somebody's job was to make that cosmetic. And whilst they were making that cosmetic to charge you for in a game that you've already paid for is hours of development time that wasn't spent making that game better for the people that have paid for that game. I don't know whether it's maybe just a more skeptical approach to it, but I still don't particularly enjoy giving cosmetic sales a pass. Because all the time that development is spent on making cosmetic... Like I said, the biggest thing for me is that instead of making all of these cosmetics to sell in a store for microtransactions because they get a free pass, all of that development time could be made on either an expansion, a sequel. What you never see, and what you never see is the repercussions of what could be. What could a game be if all of the development time was actually focused on making a better game rather than the amount of development time that gets put into making cosmetics and microtransactions? You never see that. It's an impossible situation, but if one cosmetic artist can fund 2 coders, it's a win. Yeah, but it doesn't. Yeah, but it doesn't. It just puts another tank of fuel in Bobby's boat. That would be very true if all of the profits from a game were if the profits from a game were reinvested into said game. I would entirely agree with you there. But that's clearly not the case. If games didn't have microtransactions and you really wanted to buy one once and that's it, games would cost 200 to 300 euros and updates would cost money. Game development is vastly more expensive than it was 10 years ago. Very true. Very true. Game development is sizably more costly. But then charge me 200-300 euros for your game. Like, if that's actually the case, then charge me for the game. Charge me for the service that you're providing. If a game became worth 300 euros to play, I'd pay it. And if it's not worth that, then I won't play it. That more than anything, that's just a bad business model. You know, if you can only, if it costs you 200 to 300 euros, if you need to charge somebody 200 to 300 euros to make something profitable, yet the value in it is only seen to be 60 euros, that's a bad business decision. It's not really. That's not really the solution. It's not really. I mean, it's an argument, but it falls flat pretty quickly. Microtransactions suck, but they're needed. Well, I guess in that scenario we'll agree to disagree then. But like I said, I would much sooner rather pay 100 euros for a video game, 200 euros for a video game. Fuck it. If the game was worth it, if I could get 1,000 hours of play out of a video game, I'd easily spend a few hundred euros on it. No questions whatsoever. But that value better be there in the first place. If that value is not there to begin with, then I won't pay the price. It's a very simple transaction of value. It's no different. You don't buy a car, well, with The car industry is trying to, but you don't buy a car and then have, you know, microtransactions when you buy a car. No, you buy the car, and you only buy the car if the car's worth what you're willing to spend on the car. But anyway. Either way, welcome in, Hickons. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your day, my friend? Hope it was well. Have you unlocked... Talking of all these microtransactions... Mr. Hickons, have you unlocked all of your Overwatch skins by now? I imagine you probably have. Bad example, microtransaction is fuel car insurance once a year? No. No. Most people would equate into the cost of buying a car insurance and fuel. Claiming fuel is a microtransaction is batshit level crazy. I'm sorry. Is there any way to see the updated profession trees without beta access? I don't know. I've not checked the retail UI, actually. Can you see Dragonflight profession info in the basic UI now? Or does it not allow you to see it because you can't learn it? I don't know. I've not checked. The irony is I've not been on retail for a while. PTR's the same build as the beta now. Is it exactly the same though? I've definitely seen some people claiming that there's differences between them. It's jumping onto the PTR is your first point of call though, for sure, yeah. While everything may not be exactly the same on the PTR, it's probably close enough for you to get the info you need.
Now you suffer.
You can't see them because you don't have Dragon Isles yet. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. In that case then, yeah, your PTR's probably your best bet. You don't even need an active subscription to download the PTR and have a little bit of a poke about, so... you can link your profession and then click on the link to see Dragonflight recipes as well in retail. Oh, that's a clever loophole. That's quite smart.
So long. See you soon. I got this. Watch yourself.
I've just realised I've probably got a bunch of gear in my bags, especially these that are going to be upgrades for me. You're an upgrade. Can we go Soulbound? Why is Soulbound not a thing? Because I haven't spelled it right. 292, that's a monstrous upgrade. Put you on. 302, yep, go on then. Have some of you. A brimming Arcano crystal. Oh, go on then. 282. No, no. They're an upgrade. That's an upgrade. Oh, I'll assume that's probably it now, I reckon. $298. That feels about where we should be. Yeah, that feels about right. That'll do. What's going on with my add-ons then? Something's broken.
Your help is greatly appreciated. Next time, I'll bring soup.
I've just realised we've still got this broken item level 350 bow. That's probably why. I was wondering, like, time to kill, like, killing mobs felt really quite, everything felt quite squishy, but it's probably because I'm being boosted by having an OP bow. That might be why. It would be nice to have a new WoW expansion near Christmas, lots of free time. Yeah, their choice to launch it in Q4 is of no surprise. And like to you know to wrap it round to Dragonflight again a little bit. There's it does kind of feel, I wouldn't necessarily say polished, but I think it's about ready. Like having played the beta for a good few months now, short of bug fixes, it all feels kind of there. From what they put forward to launch the game with, it feels pretty ready. There's definitely the odd, you know, there's always the odd bug and there's the odd glitch and there's the odd, you know, weird thing going on from time to time, but for the most part, everything feels about there. The issue is that level of polish, though, in a game this big, the polish itself could take months. So we'll see just how. You know, we'll see how it ends up being once it does actually go live. Because when you get that, you know, you get that influx of players for the first time, people are going to find every little possible loophole or error or glitch or bug. You can guarantee people will find it on day one. Oh, we got to kill 16 of these things. Lord. Mr. Rogue is stealing all of my kills. Oh, Mr. Warrior, sorry. Did they fix the performance issues? No idea. That's never something that they really sort of tell people about, even when they do. They barely claim that there even is them in the first place. Oh, a chest. Cheeky. Hiding back here. Don't mind if I do. Titan relic. Where did the bow drop from? I thought they fixed that from the rare in the Azure span already. It's a decay covered chest. Even more sneaky. This was from a world quest a few weeks ago. This character's not exactly new. It basically was a level 70 world quest that was just bugged. All the world quests now seem to be as they should be. It was 2 to 3 times the CPU load on beta than it was on retail, with same settings. Optimizations like that probably won't happen until the game goes live, if I'm honest. Because they have, I think they've got a lot on their plate. I'm sure there's obviously dedicated members of the team that deal with all of that sort of stuff. But I never expect... I mean, Ardenweald was broken for like 3 months when Shadowlands launched. Now, that obviously shouldn't give them the excuse to not fix it, but it's just one of those harsh realities. There was some change that made it cache to hard drive instead of RAM. Oh, God. Yeah, that's going to affect performance. I was looking at new computer components yesterday. I was toying up some options, trying to decide what the hell to do. And the reality is I still can't decide. Every time I came to some sort of conclusion about what might work well, I found a stumbling point that made me reconsider. I was like, right, I'll just choose the CPU I'm going to buy first. That's got to be the easy point, right? Choose your CPU and build the rest of the kit round that. I was like, that can't be that hard, right? And yeah, apparently that is that hard. It's probably a good time to be buying a PC, but because options are usually good. The frustration for me though is that options are there, but options are expensive in Finland. Nearly every new piece of kit is wildly expensive. Oh no, I need to go all the way over here to get something. What have I missed? Down this way by the looks of things. I don't care on RAM, it's the cheapest component in a PC. Well, not when you start looking at DDR5. This was one of the problems I came across the other day. Like if you go 7th gen AMD, if you go, you know, if you go Team Red and you want to, you know, go for the new stuff, you then have to go DDR5, which the downsides of that being is your RAM is then really expensive. You are then also looking at a really expensive motherboard to go with it. So you've got problems. And because we're on the you're on the like technologically we're on the fence, right, between DDR4 and DDR5. DDR5 doesn't strictly give the performance gains that are really that substantial right now, plus DDR5 is more expensive. But because DDR5 and DDR4 require entirely different socket types, it plays a big part on which motherboard you choose. So my theory very quickly was like, right, well, I guess considering that, it makes a lot more sense to go for a DDR5 build, knowing full well that the room for improvement with DDR5 is there. As DDR4 is about done. DDR4 RAM is as good as it's ever going to get, and you know, I don't even know. I guess it's mainly because I'm also working to some sort of budget. If I didn't care about the price, I'd just, you know, build a fucking monster of a machine, but building with a DDR4 is a bad idea because your options for well, this is it. You are then kind of in a bit of a sticky situation. Your upgrade options do disappear. But I'm also the kind of person that tends not to really upgrade their PC too much. I tend to just grind it into the ground and then buy an entire new one. Although I do build them myself because I ain't paying somebody else to put my computer together, not at the kind of fees that most people charge.
Let's be off.
If you want the cost-effective way, AMD all the way. Well, not when you look 7th gen, and then you look at motherboards that go with, and then when you look at DDR5 RAM. AMD all of a sudden stops being the cost-effective choice very quickly. But I'm probably boring people with talk about computer components. I'm sure some of you care, but I'm sure a lot of you probably don't. I just need to, I need to take 3,000 euros and just bite the bullet and spend it. Then we should be good. Whatever I buy at that sort of price point should at least be pretty good. And if it's not, I've done something seriously wrong. Start with a budget, scan through PC part picker for build, and then stick within that budget. Yeah, that's true. But I get tempted by shinies. I get tempted by shinies really quickly. Where's the quest I'm meant to be doing? Speak to some dude. Who am I speaking to? You.
Ah, a new catch. They came without foul-fetid gnolls. The only thing they took was my friends' lives. I'll be dead soon. Like the others. You are not dying.
Bodies examined.
You'll pull
What is
through
this
the
quest?
We'll escort you to safety.
Okay. Some drowned fishermen. Beautiful. Sinister. €4090 is like 2,500 euros, but the new 7900 XTX is only €1,000. I'm sure it's a bit slower, but probably not a lot. It always makes me giggle. It always makes me giggle when people compare the prices of the top end gear. Like, if you're living on the bleeding edge, you don't care about price. This is kind of the thing, right? That, like, people who worry about the cost of a 4090 were never people that were going to buy a 4090 in the first place. So it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Like, if you see somebody driving around in a Porsche or a Lamborghini, you know, they don't care about what it costs. It's the same with PC components, just at a much smaller level. But yeah, if you're bothered that a 4090 is €2,500, then you weren't buying a 4090 to begin with. So that 10% performance difference it doesn't matter. I try my absolute best to just ignore the prices on that top level stuff, because it's always going to be wacky and it's always going to be like completely bananas. My theory, at least regarding the graphics card, is I'll probably wait till the 4070 comes out, because if graphics cards do what graphics cards have done for the longest time, the 4070 will be the value proposition, the good value. You know, if you're looking at frames per dollar, you're probably going to do pretty well with a 4070. I've got a 3060 Ti right now, so I'm not in any rush. I'm happy to wait for there to be a value option. The problem is that from a CPU side of things, I don't have too much time to wait. My PC is getting very old very fast.
Smell the rot on the wind. Somewhere around here.
So this is why I waited for 13th gen Intel, and I waited for 7th gen AMD to see what they were going to be. And on the premise that they're practically the same, I'll just flip a coin, I reckon.
Ley lines. There is a gleam cove deep within Brackenhide, yes. But the gnolls...
Are you using the 3060 for video editing stuff? Yeah, I mean the NVENC encoder is a godsend. It cuts my render times in half. It means, you know, streaming is just so much easier with the NVENC encoder.
Then our goals are aligned. Investigate the decay, please, and we'll find a safe spot further in.
I mean, that is when I edit a video, by the way. Which, as you guys will know, it's probably only 1 in every 5 videos I actually do much editing on. But it's useful when I do need it.
You're not alone.
Right, pew pew. Is this a bonus objective? This is a bonus objective. Okay, nice. Is there anything new for the 18th anniversary? I don't know. I've not checked actually. Apart from an 18%, you know, XP buff, I don't know.
On your left.
No, nothing new. Are the big world bosses still a thing? Is the mount 100% drop chance this year? That was the was it last year that was a big thing? That people were pissed that it was an anniversary event and it had a 1% drop chance on a mount, and so they just gave it to everybody 100%. Like, shut the fuck up. Seems like it's 100% drop chance. Okay. Two quests, Korak's Revenge, and at least the 2 mounts. Oh, yeah, this is the point where everybody starts AFKing in Alterac Valley, isn't it, for leveling? Is that still a thing? I hope that's not a thing, because that's just dumb. Alterac Valley doesn't work. Oh, okay. I'm glad they've wised up to that one. Korak is disabled until the reset. They've removed it for fixing. Surely they should have known, right? What makes me giggle is that people are still finding the exact same bugs in Wrath of the Lich King Classic as they did back in Wrath of the Lich King. Over a decade later, they still haven't fixed the bugs. They just relaunched it again with the same bugs. Because, you know, hashtag no changes.
I've got your back.
What a clown company. Nothing wrong with clowns. Unless they're standing at the end of your bed.
Hang in there.
I bet the XP, I bet the leveling is like bonkers crazy though, right? Because we've got, what have we got? We've got 50% buff because we've got 18% from the anniversary. You could stack on a bit of world quest bonus there. So if you happen to be Alliance, that could easily be 15, if not 20% on top of that. Is Darkmoon Fair available at the moment? Darkmoon Fair's up as well. So you're literally stacking everything, right? Then go level in BFA, where you've got that silly potion that got Preach banned for a month. What was it called? You could probably have 100% leveling speed right now if you know, stack everything. Quick maths. That's wild. If you are short on alts, then now's your opportunity, I suppose. 103% with Alliance. God.
You're not alone.
Oh, and yeah, war mode, yeah. If only we had the old XP pots. Yeah. What was it? What? They were like 300% reputation for 15 minutes or something, weren't they? I made such a killing selling those. Because I just flipped them. The elixir of the rapid mind. That was it. That thing was ludicrous. Blizzard don't do fun things like that anymore. That rare was still being camped literally for, you know, there was somebody camping that rare 24 hours a day because of those potions.
The decay is out of control.
Raising an ancient with that rot. It could spread decay around the span.
Do I want to waste badges on the pets? Well, there is the Scout, that new pet, which is probably going to be either 5 or 10,000 pet charms. That'll be that'll be a good way to burn through a few pet charms pretty quickly.
I'm so sorry to see Tuskar have been captured and killed here. If only I'd arrived sooner.
Thank you for your kindness. Decay
Oh,
is
time walking badges.
a natural cycle. We
But you
all
can always
return
just get
to
more of
it.
them eventually, can't you?
But this is a perversion. The souls of please tell.
I've got your back.
They are getting better at detecting potential fun, but some things do slip through. Fun detected.
I've got your back.
There's a discussion topic which I might turn into a video at some point. And it's been something I've been brewing for a little while. And I feel that the initial and this was always the risk, right? There was a significant risk going into Dragonflight. The fact that we knew a lot about what Blizzard wanted to do in Dragonflight a lot before they did it, which gave us a huge amount of time to just like dream up these ludicrous situations that were probably never going to be a thing. And this touches on the specializations, that the way we were initially sold specializations, if you go back and you read the initial they weren't blue posts, were they? They did like blog posts for crafting in the really early days. They really heavily sold the whole, you know, you're going to be a specialist in X, Y, and Z, and you're going to hunt out, you know, the best player to make your kit for you and all this sort of stuff. And the reality of it is that, yeah, we have spec trees, but they're not strictly spec trees. They're just talent trees which you can eventually get all the talents. So there'll come a point a few months down the line where nobody's a specialist in anything, because everybody will be at the same point. They also haven't put forward any way for us to actually adequately be able to find crafters, which is one of my biggest concerns right now. That public order system is going to be just a race to the bottom very quickly. Private work orders is where it's at. Private work orders is where you're going to get your best bit of gear, and you're going to get that piece of gear at good quality, and you're going to need you're going to need that crafter to recraft your items for you. But you have got no chance of finding that fella. Absolutely none whatsoever. Trade chat is going to be a mess. There's clearly going to be the need for somebody to come along and make some sort of add-on that does all of this. Because there's no tools in game for you to advertise yourself at what you're good at initially. And it's a weird one, right? And I think the reason that Blizzard probably hasn't put any time or effort into making a system to do that is because they know that in 6 months' time, specializations won't be a thing anymore. Because everybody will have gained enough knowledge point that everybody has the ability to make everything. And we're back in the same situation we were before. This is why when we first start to see the spec trees, many people were quite right in asking the question of, well, can we have all of them? And unfortunately, the answer has always been yes. You will always have access to all of the specializations eventually. Which by virtue, I feel, prevents them from actually being specializations. It's just time gating in disguise. Now, I've deliberately not gone too deep on this because most people don't really haven't fully had chance to grasp how the professions even work yet. So for me to come along and tell them that they don't do the thing that they expect them to do is not going to garner me any, you know, people are probably not going to like it. cap the knowledge points. I genuinely think that should be a thing. I know it pushes people to level alts more, and alts is the quick and easy solution to all of this. That while you just have 4 scribes, or you have 4 leather workers, but on the same, you know, the same. At the same time, if somebody's willing to put in that time and effort, I feel that they should be rewarded for putting in that time and effort. But the fact that you will eventually be able to learn how to make everything, and even when you are fully specialized in a certain craft, you still won't be able to produce that item without the need of a time-limited material, e.g. artisan's metal. Like, you guys know full well, at least people who are chilling around here on the regular will know that I am not a fan of time gating. I think that's quite clear at this point. It's one of the biggest negative aspects of the game for me. I love this game beyond belief, but it frustrates me immensely the way that they gate things off from people who want to do them. Without getting into that discussion though, specializations do just start to feel a lot more like a time gating system than anything else, because they're not strictly allowing you to specialize. At least my opinion on specialization is that you actively chose to do something over doing something else. You went left instead of going right. And if everybody can go both left and right, then nobody's really specializing. But I don't know how to approach the topic in video format, at least in a way that's not just going to piss people off, which is why I haven't done anything about it yet. But
And who might you be? We'll meet again, I'm sure.
to be honest, I don't even know if it's a valid argument, but I just feel that I had, and I think I and many others probably had these grandioso ideas of what the crafting system was going to be, and I put it down to the fact that we knew about it a long time before we ever really properly saw it.
Definitely not that.
Especially when it comes to the crafting order system. Like, honestly, like we we had so many questions about this crafting order system, of which most of them were answered relatively quickly.
This thing has a temper.
But it still clearly didn't end up being what a lot of people expected it to be. Why am I stuck?
The Ancient is vulnerable. Quickly, throw everything we have at it.
Boom. Get wrecked.
Come, my friends, my family. Help us protect our home.
Time gating is nice for people who have a job though and still play the game at a semi-serious level. Yeah. That's not strictly what I mean by time gating. I suppose time gating is not the correct terminology to use. Progress gating is what frustrates me, I think.
Keep safe.
I don't know. It's a hard one to describe, but like it's just the frustration where in a game where you pay for the game monthly and you pay a box price for the game as well, that the thing that frustrates, like dailies, is one of the biggest frustrations. Simply because, and Blizzard are getting better at this, they're using like a charge system far more frequently, so that you don't strictly need to log on every single day to do a thing. That you can build up charges towards something, so if you can't play for 2 or 3 days, you can still come back and complete everything that you need.
To ensure it's protected from further decay. Let's leave this place before more of those gnolls descend upon us.
But Zereth Mortis was a big frustration for me, because Zereth Mortis was very aggressively time gated. You know, there was a finite amount of gameplay that you could achieve in any given week, and for no other reason than because they just wanted you to not be able to complete it all very fast, which just didn't feel great. And was actually, in my opinion, detrimental to, you know, things like telling a good story. Like, oh, disconnected. It's remarkably difficult to tell a good story when you slap a week-long, you know, time gate in the middle of it. Every time nobody reads a book one chapter at a time. When you're reading a good book, you can't put it down. Change the nodes on the map so they look like herbs and ore. They do. They look quite cool. Oh no. Have I bricked my character? Oh dear. Oh dear. Is it dead? No good reason to timegate the story. Yeah, I don't, like, I genuinely don't think there's ever a good reason. Blizzard heard you trash talking though. Come on, please let me in. Oh, it's thinking about it. Oh dear. Oh, this is not good, is it? Shit. Huh. Alright, well, I guess that's our leveling for the day done. Have I done the WoW economy report? I haven't. We might round the stream off today, having a little bit of a look at that then, considering apparently I'm not allowed in. I'm going to go grab a drink for 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves, and then we might have a little bit of a look at the WoW economy report for the week. We tend to take a little bit of a browse through this on a Monday. It usually takes us half an hour to an hour to go through, which will probably work quite nicely for the rest of the stream. Let me... where's it gone? No? Oh, it's going to be in the live version, isn't it? Let's make this a bit bigger. Where's it gone? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Can I get it so it's... boop, like that. There we go. Right, let's give you guys the link in chat. Right, I'm going to go grab a drink for 2 minutes, and then we'll have a little bit of a look through this, see what's going on, and I'll be back with you boys and girls in 2. Alrighty. So, alt renown catch up and crafting order updates. Spelled crafting wrong in the title. Crafting order updates on Dragonflight beta. Wowhead economy weekly wrap up. 252. This is a little report that's put together most weeks, in fact every week, by Samadan. You can check out Samadan over on his YouTube channel, his Twitch, or even his Twitter, or go say hi to him in his Discord, any of the above. You can find a link to his socials here. But what have we got today? We've got some getting started in Dragonflight for gold makers. What do we got here? Penguins put together a fantastic video of their series on getting ready to make some gold in Dragonflight. This one is especially useful as it maps out the first essential steps for getting up to speed, literally, with dragon riding and what to do with mains and alts in regards to professions. I've not watched this. But I would assume that based upon the fact that it's by Penguin, it's pretty reasonable content. I would say it's probably pretty reasonable. Penguin does tend to have the ability to sort of break things down and go at a very slow and steady pace. So if you're just getting into gold making, it's a good place to start for sure. Like I said, I've not watched the video, so I can't quote on the exact video itself. But the key points here are focus on your main character first, unlock your professions, get your dragon riding sorted, hit max level, and then maybe start looking at playing some alts. I mean, that's clearly not, it's not going too far out what most people would expect. This is one that's a big question to some people. Is it worth getting dragon riding, early? This depends a lot on what your priorities are. The truth be told, though, that fully unlocking dragon riding is like an hour. It really doesn't take you very long to do. So it's probably something that, and also it's fully account wide. So when you have unlocked your dragon riding, it's done. There are some key aspects of dragon riding though that you don't unlock until you've completed certain quests in certain zones. So you will need to level to 70 at some point relatively quickly to get everything dragon riding has to offer. But especially if you're going the gathering route, picking up dragon riding nice and quickly is probably smart. I will, whether I choose to do this, I'll probably get a bit of questing done out the way. It's been a long time since I've used dragon riding without having all of the skills, without having it fully unlocked. So I can't quite remember just how painful it is to not have it all unlocked. Meaning I probably will just unlock it all on day one. It's a handy notes plugin. You fly around, you pick up some glyphs, and then hey presto, it's done. It's really not too difficult to do. And while a few people have asked me some similar questions, what is important to do at the beginning? It depends what your goal is. I mean, if your goal is to just, like, the second the expansion goes live to start printing money, then probably you just want to get on crafting as fast as or gathering as fast as you physically can. That first few hours of material sales is where you can get some pretty ridiculous amount of gold for your time and your effort, but it does diminish pretty quickly. I think that, professions in Dragonflight specifically, it's a long burn thing. It's not something that you're going to max out very quickly, so don't stress yourself about it. Enjoy the start of an expansion. It literally happens only once every 2 years, but the first week of an expansion launch is just crazy fun. I certainly wouldn't recommend people follow an exact do this, then do this, then do this, then do this. And if you are going to go along that route, you probably will set your own path to begin with anyway. I heard the Echo guys discussing the dragon riding point priorities. They said they were going to go for the first 5 or 6 points early, ignoring the rest till later. Yeah, it's one of those, right? It depends how... If you're pretty... if you've had some practice with dragon riding, you can actually be really efficient with your momentum, and it makes getting all the glyphs really quite easy. But if you haven't practiced with dragon riding, getting some of the higher up glyphs will be an absolute pain in the ass until you've got all of the... It's a weird one, right? The reality is it's an hour's worth of effort, right? Flying around, there's 48 glyphs. So, I mean, if you can get one glyph every minute or so, you're looking at an hour, 2 hours tops to get all of the glyphs. It's really not that difficult. Just get it done. Once you've done it, you've got it, you know. Crafting work order updates. Now, I'm not going to cover this too aggressively, considering I've put multiple videos out on this sorts of stuff recently. But they have made it so that the public crafting orders are relatively straightforward to deal with now. You have to provide all of the basic reagents if you're to put an order in. Meaning the only variable at play for a public order is the commission. Basically making it so that, you know, that people are going to be incentivized to pay more than whoever else is already in the queue for that item, to put themselves at the front of the queue. I'm not strictly under the belief that there's really going to be that much of a queue, though. The queue will only exist on items which aren't physically obtainable yet. This is going to be a very short-lived experience for some. This is where I tend to feel that maybe getting to 70, working on your reputations for some of the factions, unlocking those recipes nice and early might be crucial for some. That's really where I think some of the... We'll have to see if the orders start stacking up. If there starts to be like a, you know, a waiting list for some recipes, for some patterns, for some items, if there starts to be a waiting list, then the very first person that gets the ability to make that item will be able to chunk off those top 2, 3, 4, however many people are waiting for that item. The very first person to unlock any given pattern might make a huge chunk of gold off doing it, for the people that really must just have that item first. But it depends on what the perception of the player base is, and even how popular the work order system will be. I'm going into Dragonflight with the assumption that nobody will really make any gold from work orders. Call it glass half empty rather than looking at it half full. But I tend to feel that if you go into Dragonflight expecting not to make any gold from work orders, it becomes a bonus then if you do. If you're going into Dragonflight with a gold making mindset, you're probably not focusing too heavily on work orders. As there are clearly other areas of the game where you can have a lot more control over, and you're likely to then be able to extract a lot more profit from doing it. But the fact that they have made crafting orders a lot more simplistic to, you know, to start using, I think is very, very good. Recrafting is going to be a big thing eventually. It's going to be slightly weird that recrafting is not going to be a public order thing. Recrafting, if you want an item of gear recrafted, you are going to have to find somebody to do it, or you're going to need to be in a guild where you know that there's somebody in that guild or some bodies in that guild who could do it for you. Weirdly meaning, I mean, I don't know if this is strictly by design, but the fact that they claim that they're gonna they want to re-add public crafting orders in a later patch makes, you know, gives the impression that they want recrafting to be a public thing. But there's the inherent problem with making it public, that public orders do not have the ability for you to specify the quality, which in the first patch isn't really a problem, because even a quality 1 piece of kit is probably going to be better than what you've got equipped anyway. Recrafting is that optimization later on down the line. Getting the piece of gear initially is you know, the key thing. And I just don't know how much recrafting is going to play a part, because it's not as such that crafted gear is best in slot. There are some bits of gear that look really quite good, but the way that the item levels have been balanced is that you will always find something better in a raid or in a Mythic Plus dungeon. And if you always know that there's something out there that's better for you, how much are you going to feel like going out of your way to find these people and spending lots of gold to upgrade something that you ultimately know is going to be replaced? It's going to be really interesting to see just how the players take to it. This is the issue with the crafting order system. It's impossible to properly test it. 100% impossible to test it, because without a true actual economy in place, you don't know just what the supply and demand is going to be. You don't know what the public opinion is going to be of it until it goes live. They kind of want to have the Lego system, but not at the same time. Yeah, they clearly saw that the legendary, the legendaries in Shadowlands, to a degree, worked, right? It was a powerful piece of kit that people cared about, and more importantly, people looked to upgrade it patch on patch, which is the mindset that Blizzard wants. The problem was with my dog's going mad. Hang on, please hold. Okay. I genuinely think the dog was barking at a bird in the back garden. Actual madness. Yeah, where did I get to? Yeah, I tend to feel that they kind of they got it half right with Shadowlands Legendaries. Just that, you know, they didn't quite implement it the way that the player base really would have liked it to have been implemented, but do you think Blizzard will fix the amount the two-hand mace from blacksmithing with intelligence has 200 instead of 1.1k like the two-handed staff from Inscription? At this point, it's useless for the Invoker. It's a very specific bug. You know, if people report it, they might fix it. If people don't report it, it probably will go unnoticed. All you can do is report it. Millions from WoW tokens, of course they want it. Well, see, this was the thing, right? The crafting order system fundamentally is Blizzard's way of giving people a little bit more choice over how they acquire these items. They still want people to care about the items just as much as they cared about Shadowlands Legendaries. If they can make it so that a crafter can make something that people care about, but also give the buyer a little bit more control over how they get it, that's kind of the fine line that Blizzard are trying to tread here. Well, Obviously, when you look at Shadowlands Legendaries, it was a lot of items in total. What was it, like 30... My dog's going mad again. 34, 36 items, something like that. But compare that to the amount of items that we have in Dragonflight. Dragonflight, we have a huge amount of that goddamn dog back into. Ah, dog aggro. can't do anything without dog aggro. Some kind of bird gang doing some dodgy deals. So, I don't know what they were barking at, but I brought them upstairs with me now. It should be fine. Hope we have some world drop BOEs. We are, and there are. I don't think they're world drop epics like people expect though. Or at least I haven't seen any information of them yet. There's lots of world drop patterns, which might be lucrative. Maybe not quite as lucrative as a piece of gear, but crafters will care about them for sure. To finish up on work orders then, I've put my thoughts in many videos regarding the work orders. That's listed over on YouTube. You can check that out if you haven't seen it already. Yeah, even Samadan goes on to reiterate here. It's not going to be fully testable until we can actually see it live and in action. That's the main thing here, right? That we were never ever going to be able to fully test it until it goes live. Which is just, you know, you can't fake an economy. When you try and fake an economy, it's never going to be representative of what the real economy will end up being. So yeah, when it goes live, we'll find out. Is mining time gated, or is it just how much I can gather? Knowledge gain is still time gated. There's only X amount of knowledge points you can gain per week. But there's still 24 hours in a day for you to go out and mine, so... next on the list then, we have a little bit of alt renown catch up. I touched on this a little bit as well last week. That now once you reach renown 10 and renown 20 with the major factions, you gain this boost to any other characters on your account, making it much easier for those alts to catch up to where your main character has reached, which is good. It's good since one of the big frustrations for me was that when you do the maths on the renown paths and the reputations, we are set to have to go and acquire significantly more reputation than we once were. Obviously in previous patches and expansions and whatever, friendly, honoured, revered, exalted were all at pretty set brackets. And that didn't change whichever reputation. That's strictly been the same for a long time. This kind of has meant that Blizzard have had to balance everything around those numbers. Finally get to watch you live.
Hello from the US.
Let me live.
Just wanted to say I've watched all your videos, replays. Thank you for the content.
Poison VT, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. We are set to have to acquire a lot more reputation per faction than we ever once have, and the way that that's been easily disguised is with the renown system. Graz 2021, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now that we're feasibly having to gain more reputation, Blizzard have used the renown system to sort of drip feed us stuff to make it worthwhile continuing with. Which is good. It gives Blizzard a little bit more flexibility with what they do with the reputations. Let's be honest, the old system of friendly, honoured, revered, exalted was, I mean, it's been in the game since day one. I think it's not had any iteration on whatsoever. If I'm truthful, I think Blizzard's use of the word renown will put people off. And will get the hairs up on some people's backs for sure. Simply because people may not have liked the renown system in Shadowlands and would have probably thought it's just a bit pointless. But it's the same but different. They've used the word renown when I think they probably shouldn't have done. They should have just said that there's a reputation overhaul, you know, and made it so that the UI didn't quite look so similar to renown. That's a different topic of conversation, though. The point is that once you've reached Renown 10 or Renown 20 with any of the major factions, there'll be a catch-up in place. Your alts will gain reputation that little bit faster. Many people probably won't ever need to look at the reputations on alts. It's really only going to be us guys that care, to be honest. People who are interested in leveling up or getting access to recipes that are locked behind reputation, so... Will there be some catch-up in place? Well, this is about as catch-up-y as it gets, really. It means that once you hit a milestone on your main, then if your desire to repeat that process on an alt again, what we don't know is that if you start, you know, if you don't play at the launch of Dragonflight, if you turn up in 6 months' time, are you going to gain reputation fast on your main? That's not being discussed in any way, shape, or form. But this is purely for alts. This is not for your main character, but for your alts. Obviously, we know very little about what they plan to do in 10.1, 10.2. We'll have to find out when that happens. But at the moment, this is good. For us that are probably going to be looking to level up certain reputations with certain alts for the purpose of professions, it means that as long as you've hit these checkpoints with your main character at least, it won't be too painful to do it again. Double gathering experiences then. What's this? This looks to have been pulled from Reddit in some way, shape or form. Beta's been a blast as a double gatherer. Now got a level 67 druid that's maxed out on mining and herbalism. Wasn't really going hard for gathering, but will continue to work on gathering knowledge for specializations and some insight from doing such. Gathering on a dragon is a lot more fun than the regular flying mounts. Dragon riding's fast and efficient. A key tip is to watch the little up or down arrows on the node on your minimap. Keep an eye on its position so that you can land on the same level of the nodes. There's lots of ups and downs in the same area, so once you practice it, it will become second nature over time. Yeah, I've spotted this. I've spotted this a lot. There's a bit of this will be when people start pushing out their content for, you know, like mining routes and herbalism routes. There are clearly some routes that will keep you on the same level, and for the first time in a long time, you may feel that actually flying past a node is the right option. If there's a node that's in a really awkward... I mean, some people have kind of done this for a long time. You know, if you ever had nodes that were in caves, lots of people just flat out ignored the caves. And to a degree, that was the right thing to do, because the time it would take you to land, run into the cave, hit the node, come out of the cave, and then fly away again, in that same time, you could have probably hit 3 or 4 other nodes if you just continued flying. It's kind of the same in Dragonflight, where that if you haven't maybe mastered your dragon riding skill yet, you may actually actively choose to just fly past something because it's in an awkward to get place. You might have to use extra vigor to get there. There's a few scenarios like that where I'm sure the heavy gatherers out there will work all of this out really quickly. But I thought it was just quite interesting to point upon.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Botscast is gifting subs. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Kaidar, congratulations. You got yourself a gifted sub. Make sure to say your thank yous to Botcast. Thank you, thank you. 10 renown is 25,000 reputation. Yeah, each renown level is 2,500 rep. So yes. Some factions have 25 renown nodes, rewards, levels, whatever you want to call them. Some of them have 30. So if you do the maths on that, you're looking at potentially 75,000 reputation to max one out, which is a lot more than, what was it, 46? Somebody will correct me on that number if I'm wrong. But I think it was always 46,000 reputation to hit Exalted. 42? 42, there we go. The community seems to think it's 42. We'll go with 42. But either way, from 42 to 75, big jump, right? Big jump. This is what, you know, is a bit of a distraction. But in previous, I started talking about this earlier actually. Previously, the way that Blizzard had to deal with that is they had to carefully balance the reputation rewards for everything. Where this time round, it's, well, okay, we've got more reputation is going to be needed with this faction than the other, or we'll just tack on some extra renown at the end of it then, or whatever. It was, you know, I presume from Blizzard's perspective it's easier to deal with this way round. But there's no denying the fact that we need to grind out a lot more reputation to max a reputation now. Weaving it back on track ever so slightly, though, for the purpose of gathering. Definitely try to get the specialization path to get mounted gathering for both mining and herbalism as soon as possible. It's about, I think it's 35 or even 40 nodes that you need to dedicate, knowledge points that you need to dedicate to achieve this. It depends just how much gathering you're going to do, because it's a lot of knowledge points to dedicate in this direction just to be able to do it whilst you're mounted. But it is kind of really quite handy to do. Is it 40 on both? I think one's 35 and one's 40. I think mining you get it a bit quicker. Are the quests still 125 rep each? No. They all give totally different amounts of reputation. But being able to not have to dismount does... It's the same logic to why many people for years have done herbalism and mining on a druid. Or they've invested in a sky golem. Simply because having to dismount to pick up something and then to mount back up again doesn't sound like a lot. But that, what is it, like 1.5 second cast time? When you multiply that by 100 nodes, 200 nodes, you start to realize just how much time you're spending just getting back on the mount before you can continue. So it falls into the category of optimization. I tend to feel that actually 40 knowledge points into this, unless you are a really full-time gatherer, then there's probably much better ways to spend 40 knowledge points at the beginning. It probably wouldn't be the first thing I'd look to try and get, but especially considering that the way that Dragonflight looks is that when you're out there herbing and mining, you probably won't actually care that much about the herbs or the ore. What you're probably going to care a lot more about is the amount of essences that you can get. Whether it be, you know, rousing fire or rousing frost or rousing earth or whatever the case may be. You're going to care about the elements a lot more, I think, in the early days. Because those elementals are going to be super expensive, I feel. Unless there's ways for people to just like 2x4 farm them 24 hours a day. Which I'm sure the farmers will work out pretty quickly. Does a sky golem do mining? No, only herbalism. Only herbs. Only herbs. Set up a route and then stick to it. Following the river around the waking shores will provide you with an abundance of herbs and ores, all except Writhe Bark. Haven't tested the Writhe Bark in other zones, so I'm not too sure how much can be gathered. Hockenbloom is everywhere. Well, yeah, Hockenbloom is your generic herb. Call it your Death Blossom, if you will. Hockenbloom's the generic one. Bubble Poppy, Saxifrage, and Writhe Bark are the more well, they're green. The icon's green. They're uncommon technically. There's no rare herb this time, which feels weird. Clearly something that we'll probably see later in the expansion. But yeah, there's no rare herb. But then again, there's 3 different qualities of all of the herbs that do exist. So there's already 12 different variations of herbs you can pick up. So maybe that's enough for the start. Watch out for windswept herbs. This is one of the new herb types. There were like 4 or 5 different herb types. The different types are going to give you different elementals. So the windswept herbs, for example, are likely to give you rousing air. What they also do then is it's a bit of a bot prevention thing. Is when you loot one, you just get blasted like 30 yards in a random direction twice, presumably to knock bots off their course, which I think is quite funny. But to the actual player, it does mean that yes, you could be blown off the edge of a cliff or something. So be careful. So many interesting things going on with Gathering now, to the point that I can't just list them all, so you'll have to take my word that Gathering is going to be fun and extremely rewarding. Different. It's going to be slightly different. The novelty will wear off very quickly. Like I said, the people that enjoy farming, they enjoy farming just because they're probably watching Netflix whilst they're doing it. They're probably not too engaged with what they're actually doing. But there's no doubt that at the start of the expansion, when everybody needs materials for their crafting, there'll be some steady gold to be made with farming for sure. Max out your gathering tools as soon as possible. This will help in the volume collection and the speed of gathering. Just like any of the professions, actually, you got 3 gear slots for professions now. Well worth putting something in each one of them as soon as possible. War mode is required for gathering rousing ire, sorry, which is needed for PvP items. I suspect you'll make bank with this. Probably a good idea to armor up over time with PvP gear just in case. They've now also changed PvP gear. It used to give you huge amounts of item level when in war mode. They've retracted that change. So PvP gear is not really going to offer you much benefits in war mode anymore. We're due a new gathering mount. I loved Hazel's take on it. She said gathering herbs should feel more chill, naturally vibe, and not like you're running diesel. I've never liked the Sky Golem. The fact that the Sky Golem wobbles from side to side infuriates me. It also means it's incredibly jarring every time you land. I've never liked the Sky Golem. I've liked selling the Sky Golem. I've made a lot of gold selling Sky Golems, but I've never really been too much of a fan of the mount generally. But yeah, I mean, it's useless now because we can't fly in Dragon Isles anyway. But anyway, the reality is that, you know, gathering is going to be, and it's a tricky one, right? Everybody expects gathering to be super duper mega lucrative. And there's no reason why it shouldn't be, other than I worry that people are looking at Shadowlands again. I tend to worry that people's impression is going to... that people are going to assume that the experience is going to mimic that of Shadowlands. And I don't think it will. For 2 reasons. One, the very basic ways for most people to make gold in Dragonflight have been evaporated. At the moment, people are running callings like crazy people because the callings give you 1,500 gold apiece. But of course, you only get like 1 a day. Secondly, people are running mission tables. Both of those options, vamoosh, gone, not going to exist in Dragonflight. Meaning that the most basic and entry-level way of making gold, again, is going to be by gathering. So guess what? Every man and their dog is going to be a herbalist and a miner, or maybe a skinner. This heavily increased amount of people that might do this is only going to mean that the material prices will be pushed down even faster than they would do normally. There's a second side of the problem, though, that in Shadowlands, farming was really lucrative for a long, long time. Literally right up until only a handful of weeks ago, you could still be making like 20,000 gold plus farming, which is bonkers level crazy. For any of you guys that have played this game for a long time, for a long, long time, if you've played this, like I'm talking 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, if you've played this game a long time, making any more than 15,000 gold an hour by farming was always like, wow, you're actually doing really quite well. Farming was always a very, very basic entry-level way of making gold. In Shadowlands, though, it's been elevated for a long time, and the reason being legendaries. Legendaries is the cause of all problems in Shadowlands. Legendaries consumed so many materials that there was this constant supply for them, or demand for them. And it meant that people that did go out and farm them could sell them at a really good rate for a really long time. I suspect that we will see, if we look at the first 7 days of Dragonflight, we will see day 1 prices be really high, because of course they will. But herbs and ore are going to tank in price so fast, because there's just not enough people out there buying up quantities of materials anywhere near like what we've done in Shadowlands. I can't see any significant reason for me to be going to the auction house as a crafter and just buying thousands and thousands of a material at any one time, because there just isn't the need for huge quantities of materials. Shadowlands legendaries, I think for tailoring you needed something like 30,000 shrouded cloth to level up tailoring or something bananas. There's nothing that even comes remotely close to that in terms of demand for these materials, which means double gathering. Yeah, double gathering is going to have to be fun, because it may not be very profitable for very long, at least not the herbs or the ore. This is the big takeaway from this, that it's probably not the actual raw materials that you're going to care about all too much. You're going to care far more about the elementals, because they're used in every single profession and in large quantities. That's what you're going to be really trying to hunt for. I know I won't be buying 10k lightless silk or whatever the equivalent is in Dragonflight. Yeah, there's seriously no huge demand for anything anywhere. Leveling up the professions is not going to consume a huge amount of materials at all. And once you've leveled up your professions, you're then in the world of everything's bind on pickup. All the end game stuff's bind on pickup, meaning you're not buying materials to make those items because you're not making those items. The only things you're going to be crafting en masse is going to be consumables, which there's not really that many of them. I think herbs are fine. Herbs will be fine, because herbs go into, potions and whatever. There's always a demand for potions and stuff. That market's always relatively buoyant. But ore, I think, will go down in value very fast. Leather is going to tank in price so fast you would not even believe. The prices are going to dip very, very quickly. People's expectations of making 50, 60, 70, 100,000 gold an hour, the first few days maybe. I'm still sure, the YouTube guides will probably tell you can make 100k an hour, but it'll be much, much easier to call BS on that, considering region-wide auction houses. So it's going to be interesting to see. The enchanting shuffle can consume a lot to provide purple crystals. True. That also assumes that there's going to be a monstrous demand for purple crystals. Let's not forget that your purple crystals, for the most part, are going to go into enchants. Very, very quickly, that's also a market that gets saturated incredibly quickly. But we'll see. We'll see. So far from what I've seen, there's nowhere near the demand for materials that there was in Shadowlands. Not even in the same league. So that only leads me to believe that material prices will dip quite quickly. For the raw materials, anyway. What's next then? There's a little website tool to calculate profitable items in server transfers? Your what now? There's an interesting tool that's under development to scan 2 different servers. Currently only works on NA. But with a mind to buying on one to sell on the other for profit. Okay. This feels like a bait. Because, what? Okay. Me and some friends have made a web tool that tells you the best items to trade when you're transferring servers. We're looking for some people to help test as we work on this and many other features. Our site right now is built around Final Fantasy XIV, but we're starting to build out WoW tools in preparation for Dragonflight. It's currently only for NA retail servers, but we plan on adding all servers if people like the tool. This is like selling... This feels like making better saddles for horses after the car was invented. Okay. Feels very weird. Jack, welcome in. How we doing? Hope you're well. Most people are too spoiled from boosting. To be honest, everything below 100k was a waste of time for me in the last couple of expansions. I wish I could put something together. I wish I could put something that would sort of showcase how much people actually have in terms of gold. People have tried it in the past, but the problem is you're just going by people's word, right? And when you start asking people how much money do you have, you know, many people are, for some unknown reason, likely to just lie, flat out lie. Many people forget this is going to be the first expansion patch with the region-wide consumables, and prices will tank very fast. The price of consumables will be fine. The price of consumables will be fine. It will work exactly in the same manner. Because let's not forget, people ain't going to fuck about making stuff and spending hours standing there crafting things if it's for zero profit. This is why the consumable market will be fine. But the raw materials, though, are at really high risk of just dropping in value so fast, because everybody is going to think that farming is going to be super lucrative in the first couple of weeks. To a degree it will be, but only if you are dedicating many hours to doing it. This is the thing, right? Farming is one of those. There's 24 hours in a day. If you dedicate 24 hours, if you dedicate 23 of those 24 hours to farming, you're going to make a lot of gold, but you'll also die. It's one of those, right? You only get out of it what you put in. And with farming, and you tend to see, right, you'll see these YouTube videos pop up very quickly of how I made 1 million gold in the first week, and it will be, yeah, but you've farmed for 15 hours a day. You'd be pissed if you didn't make 1 million gold in the first week, you know? Tell me how to make that amount of gold without nearly putting myself into a coma, and then we'll have a discussion, you know? This, I think, is a bit of an odd one. Non-commodity server-to-server trade search. I think this is a terrible idea. I get why somebody could have done with making this 5 years ago, not now. There is no reason why you should feel the need to buy a huge amount of items on one server when transferring to another server anymore. For the simple fact being that you can very, very easily trade gold between servers. You can trade gold between servers for only a 5% fee. You are at huge risk if you're buying something that looks cheap or looks expensive on what this is. This is dangerous. I wouldn't suggest anybody do this. And to be honest, the main reason when you would transfer from one realm to another, most people would also tend to focus very aggressively on fast-moving stuff, e.g. materials, also known as stuff that's in the regional auction house. I wouldn't use this. I wouldn't use this at all. You're actually just running the. This is snake oil to a degree. This is just making it so that those super. Yeah, because all it's gonna do is focus on telling you that this transmog piece is more expensive on another server. Nope, this is an absolute bait. I'd steer clear of this. Sorry. I'm sure it was, put into place with good intentions, but I just don't think this serves a purpose anymore. I'd find utility in this tool, but only if it incorporated sales rates. Yeah, very select people might, but Woo, you're in a league that's very different to others. I certainly would not be recommending this to anybody. Yeah, I can't in good confidence suggest that this would work well, because it's 90% of the time it's going to tell you that buy this item on your server to take it to another server because it's a piece of transmog that's not available on that other server. Yeah, but you've got practically no guarantee that you're going to get your... Yeah, this is just a bait. There's far easier ways to transfer gold from A to B. Yeah, not for me. Sorry, not for me. Wouldn't be suggesting. It looks interesting and could be useful for players wanting to travel about a bit and make the most of the potential imbalances in server prices. I think Samadan's being far too soft on this. This is not taking into consideration that most of the stuff that you would normally transfer from A to B with was materials, which are now on a region-wide auction house anyway. If you really need to, load your bags up with materials, transfer that character, and then sell the materials again. Like, the absolutely most basic of fundamental ways of moving gold from A to B. Or just ask a friend to list something and buy it off them. There's so many easier ways to transfer gold from A to B than risking a flip on a piece of transmog that's probably inflated in value to begin with anyway. Should we check the comments? There's 14 comments this week. People have been quite comment heavy by the looks of things. Should we have a little bit of a look? Seems that it mainly spits out crafted items though, which is very rarely a good idea to buy and flip. Yeah, there's far too many problems with this for me to suggest it to anybody. I'd steer clear. Steer clear. Quick question specifically about alchemy. Wow, if only somebody had just done an alchemy basic guide. I have an alchemy alt, and that I take my time to level, but any herbs I find on my different alts, it's also second priority too, I send them to him for flasks. Haven't paid any attention to all the changes, just wondering if mostly sitting in the city would still be able to use an alchemist for potions or flasks. I don't really know what you're asking, but it's another one of those, I don't want to do anything, and I haven't bothered to do anything. Will I still make gold kind of questions, so no. Crafting orders are looking better. hoping that anybody who tries to control the region-wide commodity market has a very bad time of it. Oh, yes. This is, to be honest, the region-wide auction house and the commodities, for the most part, is where the gold is. Because that's the bit where you have control over, right? Crafting orders you don't have control over. You do not have control over how many crafting orders come through. You do not have much control over how many crafting orders you can fill, because there is a limit. You don't have any control over the commissions that are going to be put forward on those orders. You, as a crafter, have one of two options. Craft it, or don't. That's the only control you have. Now, the control you do have as a crafter is shifted in a different direction. Your control is that of that you can try and set yourself afield from everybody else, stand on your soapbox and shout, and by shout I mean spam trade chat like a moron all day to try and get people to send you personal orders. But I'm not going to be about that life for one reason and one reason only. You can only be doing that on one character at once. I can only seemingly be advertising the expertise of that one character or those two professions. The crafting order system is a convenience system. It's never ever going to be a good way to make gold. You'll make some gold if you're one of the first people to take advantage of it, the first people to get the recipes, the first people to craft something at a new quality level. That's where you'll make a bit of gold. But outside of those small situations, the crafting order system isn't going to be very lucrative for most people. People will use it because filling an order via the crafting order system for a period of time is going to give you a skill point. And that will be the reason why you'll use it. That will be why you press the buttons. Once you've got all your skill points, though, your desire to press the button, unless there's a big, fat, juicy amount of gold in it for you to press the button, there's not really much reason to. So, you'd your reasons for using the crafting order system are not strictly for get rich reasons. It's the region-wide commodity market where you're going to make your money. That's clearly the way, because you've got some element of control over that. It's actually impossible, no matter how rich, for one person to control an entire region. But you don't need to control the entire region. You only need to be able to influence what happens. Because you can very quickly and easily influence what happens in a market. You're not strictly controlling it, but there is absolutely, definitely people out there that could and will. When you kind of got to remember that even in the public eye, there is people that has, you know, 400-500 million plus gold, who are publicly willing to talk about the fact that they have 400-500 million gold. Just think about how many people also have that kind of gold and aren't even public about it. There are people that have been boosting at a high level for an entire expansion at this point now, that have probably got a few 100 million gold in their back pocket and nothing really to spend it on. Now, slightly hot take here, the people that have made all of their riches through boosting probably aren't going to be the same people that are going to be playing around on the auction house. But the point still stands, is there's people out there with fuck you money, and people who've got fuck you money tend to say fuck you occasionally and will do whatever they please. Herbs, for example, they won't be able to buy the cheapest ones fast enough. You would be surprised. You would be very surprised. Money's not the bottleneck, it's literally time and speed. Well, you can buy as many herbs in one go as your bank balance will allow. There is a There is a lot of opportunity, trust me. To be honest, if you like, the more people that believe that there isn't, the better it is for the people that know that there is. So I don't try too hard to persuade people otherwise. Talking about FU, here's Zanzafall. Welcome in, Zan. There's always more money in boosting than raiding and crafting, but I hope I have a side project in crafting, as I like how relaxing it is. If you're, you know, excruciatingly good at a certain aspect of the game and are willing to dedicate the time to sell that expertise to somebody, I understand why the boosting thing is a thing, and it is very lucrative for the people that are good at it. But it frustrates me more so than anything, because I don't particularly think it's a great thing for the game generally. But you could argue that playing the auction house is also not particularly great for the game. But you know, the game is what it is. What do we got here then? I know there's no clear path on what we're supposed to do in Dragonflight. However, I wouldn't think it's common sense that you should focus on your main first. I'll be sure to prioritise mounted gathering then. Oh, I would think it's common sense that you would focus on your main first. Well, by virtue of them being a main, yeah. Another note, I think what they did with the renown bonus is helpful. And granted, the only reward I want at the moment is the How to Tame a Lesser Dragonkin. And I don't know if it's going to be like Cloud Serpent Book or Soulbound, the way most of them tend to be. I can't even remember what point in the renown tree that is. Why is the rep not account wide? Why a 200% buff? If I already made it to renown 25 on one character, I should be 25 on all characters. Oh lord. You will get what you were given, and you will wind that moaning neck in and accept it like a good little boy. Wow, that's a real that's borderline needs a moderation. To answer his question, if the renown was account wide, you could start 50 crafters after your main has done the renown once, which has and will cause problems with the market. There's the thing is I don't totally disagree with this. I don't totally disagree with this. Because this argument is also very common, but this argument also forgets that if you have 50 characters just lying about to be able to do this, you have put in a monstrous amount of effort to get those 50 characters. Like, is that not your prerogative by nature of you leveling so many alts? If you... It's a tough one, because you're just totally discounting the time and the effort it took that player to have 50 characters. More importantly, there are not enough hours in the day for you to even achieve something like this. And with the way that the knowledge system works, it's equally not even feasible. So this is why I never really. I've never really made my mind up on the reputation side of things. My severe lack of, you know, my very heavy dislike towards time gating tends to push me more in the direction of I would much rather everything be account wide nowadays. The more I think about this and the more time goes on, the more I lean in the category of that if you've done something once, that should be the only quantity that you're required to do it. If you then switch from playing a hunter to playing a mage, or, you know, if you switch from one character to another, then if you've leveled up that second character, that should be the requirement for you to be able to do the same thing on that second character. Now, to throw another spanner in the works, there's also the problem that you can obviously just buy level 60 characters. So I don't know. I'm not one for sitting on the fence, but I've never really decided what the solution could be for this. I would quite happily see things go just 100% account wide. If you've done it on one character, it's available to you on any character. But I also understand the ramifications of what that would do, and some things would need to inevitably be changed to support that. You couldn't just flick a switch and say, right, now everything's account wide. You'd have to do something else, and this is the problem. You just move the goalposts slightly. If you didn't have to regrind the rep again, you'd have to do a quest line again, or there'd be something. There'd be something. The problem is that, you know, the way that systems work in the game, they've been embedded in the game for 15 years. You can't just instantly flick a switch and make everything account wide. I'm very aware of that. They'll never make everything 100% account wide. It's just not how the game works. Yeah, I know. This is it. That with the game is so very embedded in the way that it works now. Because you could also argue that if they just go everything's account wide, then you don't even need technically multiple characters. You then just end up with Final Fantasy XIV, where you have one character that can do everything. Why at that point you need alts? But then it's no longer World of Warcraft, you know? This is the thing. How far do you push it for the benefit of one system? Because you run the risk of pushing the game in a direction that's just no longer the same game. All the cosmetics and most other options are shared account wide, so the only reason you need to do that is to abuse some options that obviously don't need to be abused. The irony is you're commenting this knowing full well what those options are, because you're commenting on a post that's directly talking about the patterns and the reputations. This is all, the counter argument is usually pushed back by those very same individuals that don't have lots of alts, you know, and are not willing to put the time into leveling those alts, and so they'll try and squish the people that have already done it. I hate the internet sometimes. I love you lot, obviously. You're my crew, but boy oh boy. The black or white nature in which people look at these sorts of things frustrates me. Not really sold on the new system, grinding 30 levels of renown to be increased each patch. Well, we don't know that for starters. It probably will, but we don't know that. Doesn't feel more grindy than the old reputations, with noticeably less meaningful rewards for the non-transmog crowd. Reputations certainly deteriorated over the years, but that was more of a function of not developing progressive stories, quests, meaningful rewards, and varied gameplay options to grind that reputation. Other than anything inherently wrong with the basic rep system, the version of Renown doesn't fix much of that. It's not like how the Isle of Thunder did rep, e.g., which was cool and felt basically how Shadowlands rep worked without the weird veneer of Renown lifted from other covenants. What was the reputation system on the Isle of Thunder then? I can't remember this in enough detail. What's this Isle of Thunder reputation system that was any different to how it is today? I don't think they did anything different. You killed rares, right? Was it not just a case of do dailies and kill rares? It was very straightforward and simple. I don't think they did anything particularly different on the Isle of Thunder. It had a zone-wide unlock, which was quite cool. But I don't remember there being anything particularly different from the rep grind perspective. Either way. I won't be going for mounted gathering, if at all. Why? Because it doesn't matter how efficiently I gather if I can't gather higher tier herbs. Especially when you're a Dracthyr. You want to dismount every minute or so to use Saw whilst waiting for Dragon Vigor to recharge. So absolutely going to make sure that I have the bare minimum to be able to reliably gather all types of empowered nodes with higher tier mats and all, which should be easier as a Drakthir too. Maybe. This is what is good. This is what's really good about the spec trees, right? And it's going to be sad that this will only be a thing for the first patch, unless they pull something magical out the bag for 10.1 and 10.2. That you have so many different directions you can approach the game from with professions. Even something as simple as mining, right? You can choose, do you go quantity over quality? Do you go quality over quantity? Do you ignore both of those and focus on the elementals? You know, that's just 3 simple scenarios. Do you go the route of being able to gather it whilst mounted first? There's a 4th option. And this is just mining, right? People get to choose and go in different directions. There's a possibility that you will step into Dragonflight with a mindset like this, and then very quickly realize that you went for being able to, you chose to unlock higher tier herbs first, and then the market went against you. The market went against you because everybody had the exact same idea as you, and the actual raw herb prices tanked into the ground. Now you look at all those people who spec'd in a different direction, who are making it considerably more gold than you. And it's going to be a bit of an odd one, because not necessarily is the logical approach the right approach, which I think is a fun system. The way to guarantee the most amount of gold is to do the thing that the least amount of people are doing. It's quite cool, I think. Everybody believing there was no RMT in the community leadership was delusional AF. Oh, I mean, I don't think there's anybody that claims there's no RMT in boosting. There we go. There was the comments for this week's Wowhead post. Not too bad. Not too bad. It was an interesting one this week. Covered a few things. Obviously, we didn't watch Penguin's video, so I don't know the full ins and outs of this, but like I said, it's very straightforward. You know, just a touch of common sense will get you a long way with that one. Crafting orders, which I've talked about to death, so I don't try and bore people too much with more crafting orders talk unless they want to. The alt catch-up thing was a nice thing to see this week. Obviously, we've, you know, recently discussed the whole, you know, should it be account-wise, should it not be thing, but this is a nice happy medium. 90% of people, oh, okay, people get annoyed when I use percent. Most people won't have any requirement or any desire to level up these factions on other characters other than their main anyway. Most people don't even care about professions that much on their main character, never mind on alts. We're just the weird bunch that's, we're the weird bunch that cares a lot about this sort of stuff, and so we're the ones that this will be of benefit to. The majority of people won't care. Especially since there's no prerequisites for alts to get anywhere with this for any real significant... There's nothing that's going to hold an alt back from being able to do the raid or to run Mythic Plus or do anything. There's nothing that's going to hold them back. You know, when people talk about the player power, what they really mean is what is the bullshit I have to do before I can go and do the thing I want to do. And there's none of that really linked with this, so it should be all good. Boosted with Oblivion all the time. A lot less quality than Gallywix, which got some really big clowns in your runs, but at least got paid all the time. Boost E support was the real gold mine though. Nothing better than somebody coming in, asking for a plus 28 key, paying millions for it, and you made like a 5% commission in 5 minutes. See, this was the funny thing for me about the boosting communities. Like people, it was always really amusing to me to see just how many people were like, oh yeah, those people running all of the boosts are making millions. No. The people doing the boosts weren't making a fraction. The people who were making the real money, the people who were really cashing out, were the people that were organising it. The organisers were the ones that were absolutely caked in gold, and in turn found many ways to convert that gold into something more valuable. It was clearly the organisers that were making an absolute killing. Is my cheat sheet final? Any further changes to recipes, etc.? My cheat sheet will never be final. It's going to be a permanent work in progress throughout the entire expansion. Every time I look at it, I change something with it. My goal for the cheat sheet was pretty straightforward. I don't actually have... My main page for my cheat sheet actually used to say what I wanted it to do before launch, but I've made the front page look neat and tidy now, so it doesn't say that anymore. But to be honest, what I want to do with the cheat sheet is mostly done. Albeit I do want to provide some, just a TLDR for each of the professions, but that's me just writing a couple of paragraphs of text for each one. There is now, the thing I really wanted is to make sure that the crafting calculators were in place, so that you could get a cost per craft dependent on which material you use. Now the data's not in this, but I'm waiting last minute to put the data in. It will all spring to action soon as we get some TSM prices. It will all spring into action. Obviously, before the game goes live, it doesn't matter what the crafting cost is because the game's not live yet. So it doesn't matter that there's no data in here yet. But I have input some data on some of them just to test it out. You can see the alchemy crafting cost. It's got all the quantities for each craft in place, and it kind of there's still a few things that need to be done on it, but it's an entire work in progress. How much time have I put into it? Oh, I don't know. You can't quantify something like that. If you look at the physical time it took me to make each sheet, then quite a lot. But the only reason I was able to make it in the first place was because I've put yet even more time into the alpha and the beta, figuring out everything and how it all works to begin with. Darkmoon card sheet's going to be really helpful for people, I think, at the beginning of the expansion, simply because it's just, straightforward. Okay, these are your prices for the Awakened. This is how many cards you're making. This is what, it's just simple numbers, right? It's just number crunching for you. How much is it going to cost me to make Darkmoon cards at the beginning and whatever? And some data from the beta to just what the percentages are. Prospecting sheet is in place, giving some basic information about prospecting rates. I need to go back and I need to check all of this, because a lot of this was, I think there is clearly some stuff that's changed. But the way I've made the sheet, if there has been any changes, it's as simple as deleting the data that's been inputting it and putting some new data in it, and it will do all of the magic for you from then on out. So it's not far from finished.
Let's make
but then once again, it will
together.
probably never be fully finished. So, Letters from the Multiverse. Thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. That's a very long Twitch name. But anyway, I think, boys and girls, I might leave it there for today. I'm getting a bit hungry. I'm going to go get me some food, I reckon. Keep your eyes on the YouTubes. There'll be a video or two. I'm probably going to, I've been keeping up with nearly a video every day on YouTube recently. It's going to slow down a little bit in the next week or so For two reasons. One, I've got a lot going on IRL. Some of you may know that I've recently sold my house, so I have shit to do. That's keeping me relatively busy. It's actually going to mean that there probably won't be a stream or anything on Wednesday. Super busy this week. Wednesday is basically a write-off for me. YouTube will slow down a little bit, but also on the basis that I want to try and start putting some content together, spending some time making some content for when the actual game goes live. So I'm still working behind the scenes, it's just not all going live straight away. Being a Goblin IRL too. Traded his house for a Longboy? No, I think I got a better deal than that. But anyway, yes, make sure if you haven't already, hit that follow button. Consider jumping over YouTube, hitting the sub button over on YouTube as well. Loads of content coming. So, 2 Longboys, a double Longboy, a 2-headed Longboy, a Hydra Boy. But yeah, have yourselves a good day, boys and girls. Enjoy. I will catch you all soon-ish. Is there anybody online? There's about 150 of you kicking around in here. Is there anybody else online? There's not always so many people kicking about at this time of day. Doesn't look like it. My followed list is looking pretty empty at the moment. So I'll let you make your own choice where you head from here on out. Manthius is online. He's a good guy out here. He's a good guy. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. I'll catch you all next time. Peace.